in every fragment of my soul. The calamity's end shall be witnessed.
Dad? Are you out there?
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MPL Indonesia Community Cup, gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MSCC 2023.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor.
Mia!
I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you.
We don't need no sleep because the party don't stop. So put your hands on me.
It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Monster kill. Godlike. Victory.
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MLB Indonesia Community Cup. Gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MLCC 2023.
Onto the Lords. They're opening, yeah, but look at Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the Robots defense down with the call alter already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. And taking down the
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, Tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Warriors, their stories linger on through time. We remember them as heroes, but every hero's journey has a beginning.
So much emotion for owning esports and to build up the story of the entire year.
As tribulations are met, they grow ever stronger. In adversity, their greatness is shown throughout the ages. Introducing M-Series 5th Anniversary Greatest 10 Players. The nominees will be revealed from October 4th to October 28th, and the launch of the voting page will be from November 4th till December 7th on social media. The winners will be announced on the M-Series 5th Anniversary Awards Ceremony. Live on December 17th, broadcasting on your favorite platforms. See you there.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top gue Bami. Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget. Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan? Iya sih, murah banget ya. Nah, kita main.
Tantangan adalah kesempatan.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
MPL
MPL Indonesia Season 12 memiliki banyak cerita. Dari 9 tim yang tersedia, kini sudah menjadi 4 tim yang tersisa. Kini pertarungan sudah hampir memasuki babak akhir, di mana setiap pemain harus mulai mengeluarkan kemampuan yang tidak ada batasnya.
Masuknya Baloy bareng gua di season 10 itu, sejujurnya gua banyak belajar dari dia. Mau makro, mau mikro, sampai benar-benar dapat ilmunya yang jadi gue yang sekarang ini. Ya, Baloy banyak ngebantu gue secara pribadi sih sampai sekarang.
Kalau idola gue dari gue main Mobile Legends, Lemon lah. Kalau dia cara komunikasi, terus segi dia positif di dalam in-game-nya, itu yang ngebuat gue belajar. Dia sama segi mentalitas dia, karena dia player lama, gue belajar mentalitas dari dia juga.
Namun, tidak banyak pemain yang mampu mencapai performa tertinggi hingga harus refleksi diri dan mengakui bahwa mereka belajar dari sang ahli.
Intinya gue selalu belajar lah dari Indo, romer luar juga, nggak perlu siapapun lah. Kalau emang dia ada kelebihan atau ada lebih jago, ya udah kita pelajarin aja lah.
Yang gue lihat banget kalau main marksman Brands mungkin. Gue lihat dia mainnya kayak fun banget aja sih, sekedar itu doang. Makanya kayak kemana-mananya selalu gue ikutin juga. Cuman lebih ke gue ngeliat dia mainnya fun banget lah, nggak ada tekanan.
Kini, 4 tim sudah bersiap untuk membuktikan diri menjadi sang Raja Galaksi. Siapa yang berhasil melaju ke upper bracket dan siapa yang harus berjuang dari lower bracket? Mari kita saksikan di MPL Indonesia Season 12. We own this!
Di dunia tipu-tipu, kamu harus hati-hati. Pakai beli aja yang pasti.
Puas hanya dibeli-beli. Monster kill. Godlike. Victory.
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MLB Indonesia Community Cup, gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MLCC 2023.
Ini bukan tentang identitas. Ini juga bukan tentang kualitas. Ini bukan sekedar motivasi. Ini juga bukan cuma soal ambisi. Bagi mereka yang berani untuk menemukan jati diri. Dare to be great, we own this. Kita semua berharga seperti emas.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
reaches the battlefield. Smash them! Red team hero has been slain. Blue team hero until the enemy reaches the... Blue team hero has been slain. Red team hero has been slain. Killing spree. Red team hero has... Mega kill. Red team hero has... Red team hero has been destroyed. Blue team hero... Blue team turret has been destroyed. Blue team hero has... Blue team turret has been destroyed. Blue team hero... Double kill. Blue team hero... Hero has been slain. Hero has been slain. Double kill. Double kill. Killing.
Warriors, their stories linger on through time. We remember them as heroes, but every hero's journey has a beginning.
So much emotion for Onyx Esports and the build of the story of the entire year.
As tribulations are met, they grow ever stronger. In adversity, their greatness is shown throughout the ages. Introducing M-Series 5th Anniversary Greatest 10 Players. The nominees will be revealed from October 4th to October 28th, and the launch of the voting page will be from November 4th till December 7th on social media. The winners will be announced on the M-Series 5th Anniversary Awards Ceremony. Live on December 17th, broadcasting on your favorite platforms. See you there.
It's all right, my little star. Look, Daddy's over there.
The calamity's approaching, and it will destroy everything.
I'll hold it back and buy us more time. Nolan, protect our daughter.
No! Lillian! In 16 years, the calamity will return. I've already wandered countless universes, seeking an end to the impending catastrophe. There's no time to mourn, no time for regrets. I must fulfill my last promise before I can even hope to see my daughter again. But what chance do I have against the boundless might of the cosmos? I'm sorry, my little star. I might not be able to return home anymore. I promise I will take her to see the star lanterns. I promise I'll teach our child how to wield this power. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect her. sacrifice everything to protect our daughter. In every fragment of my soul, the calamity's end shall be witnessed.
Dad? Are you out there? Monster kill. Godlike. Victory.
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MPL Indonesia Community Cup, gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MSCC 2023.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, the final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you.
We don't need no sleep because the party don't stop. So put your hands on me.
It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Monster kill. Godlike. Victory.
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, Walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MLB Indonesia Community Cup, gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MLCC 2023.
Onto the Lord. They're opening up and looking at Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robots' defense down. With the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. Been taken game away.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia game, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Warriors, their stories linger on through time. We remember them as heroes, but every hero's journey has a beginning.
So much emotion for Onyx Esports and the build of the story of the entire year.
As tribulations are met, they grow ever stronger. In adversity, their greatness is shown throughout the ages. Introducing M-Series 5th Anniversary Greatest 10 Players. The nominees will be revealed from October 4th to October 28th, and the launch of the voting page will be from November 4th till December 7th on social media. The winners will be announced on the M-Series 5th Anniversary Awards Ceremony. Live on December 17th, broadcasting on your favorite platforms. See you there.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top global nih. Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget. Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan? Iya sih, murah banget ya. Nah, kita main.
Tantangan adalah kesempatan.
Unlimited.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
MPL Indonesia Season 12 memiliki banyak cerita. Dari 9 tim yang tersedia, kini sudah menjadi 4 tim yang tersisa. Kini pertarungan sudah hampir memasuki babak akhir, di mana setiap pemain harus mulai mengeluarkan kemampuan yang tidak ada batasnya.
Masuknya Baloy bareng gua di season 10 itu, sejujurnya gua banyak belajar dari dia. Mau makro, mau mikro, sampai benar-benar dapat ilmunya yang jadi gue yang sekarang ini. Ya Baloy banyak ngebantu gue secara pribadi sih sampai sekarang.
Kalau idola gue dari gue main Mobile Legends, Lemon lah. Kalau dia cara komunikasi, terus segi dia positif di dalam in-game-nya, itu yang ngebuat gue belajar. Dia sama segi mentalitas dia, karena dia player lama, gue belajar mentalitas dari dia juga.
Namun, tidak banyak pemain yang mampu mencapai performa tertinggi hingga harus refleksi diri dan mengakui bahwa mereka belajar dari sang ahli.
Intinya gue selalu belajar lah dari Indo, romer luar juga, nggak perlu siapapun lah. Kalau emang dia ada kelebihan atau ada lebih jago, ya udah kita pelajarin aja lah.
Yang gue lihat banget kalau main marksman Brands mungkin. Gue lihat dia mainnya kayak fun banget aja sih, sekedar itu doang. Makanya kayak kemana-mananya selalu gue ikutin juga. Cuman lebih ke gue ngeliat dia mainnya fun banget lah, nggak ada tekanan.
Kini, 4 tim sudah bersiap untuk membuktikan diri menjadi sang Raja Galaksi. Siapa yang berhasil melaju ke upper bracket dan siapa yang harus berjuang dari lower bracket. Mari kita saksikan di MPL Indonesia Season 12. We own this!
Di dunia tipu-tipu, kamu harus hati-hati. Pakai beli aja yang pasti.
Pasti puas hanya di Bli-Bli. Monster kill. Godlike. Victory.
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MLB Indonesia Community Cup, gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MLCC 2023.
Ini bukan tentang identitas. Ini juga bukan tentang kualitas. Ini bukan sekedar motivasi. Ini juga bukan cuma soal ambisi. Bagi mereka yang berani untuk menemukan jati diri. Dare to be great? We own this. Kita semua berharga seperti emas.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangat.
Live from Mahaka Square, Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy, official gaming phone. Official sponsor, Head & Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official goal partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the playoffs of MPL ID Season 12 as we are here live in Mahaka Square, Jakarta, Indonesia to bring you the action. Thank you so much for tuning in to the English broadcast. My name is Eterna and alongside with me is Gani as well as Arashi. Now, how are we doing on the second last day of the playoffs?
I gotta be honest with you, Eterna Arashi, I feel enthralled to be here.
Enthralled, that's a word I haven't heard in a long time, Gani. I like the choice though, because it's not just a hype match, it's very complex. We've seen big changes, big improvements, and also very interesting drafts come from both these teams. So enthralled, I think is a very, very fitting word.
I agree. I mean, what better way to open this up, right? I mean, we've gone all through 8 weeks, and now we're finally here in the lower bracket finals to pack someone else home, and of course, bring someone else the last ticket to M5 and the last ticket to the grand finals. But of course, before we begin, we want to thank our sponsors because MPL ID Season 12 is powered by Moonton. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone. Our official sponsor is Head & Shoulders. Our official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. We also want to thank our official gold partner, UBS Gold. We also have our partners in esports, Blee, Dunia Game, Grab, OVO, as well as YouTube. If you guys want to catch us on our official broadcast, you can do so on our official broadcast in Max Stream, Teferi Sports, as well as video. Thank you so much to our suppliers, Indomart, Point Coffee, Mineski, and Samsung, and of course, MPL ID Season 12 is supported by PBSE. Now, on this bright day, on this bright evening, we would like to give you a little bit of a surprise. So we're going to throw you over to an interview with a special someone. Bude Clara Mongsar, take it away.
Namun sebelum kita melihat pertarungan epic yang akan mereka berikan, izinkan Bude berterima kasih kepada kalian semua yang sudah benar-benar semangat berada di sini dan juga yang ada di rumah berkumpul, bersatu padu menjadi saksi, dan juga para sponsor yang telah mendukung acara ini karena MPL Indonesia Season 12 powered by Moonton, presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone, official sponsor Head and Shoulder, official mobile internet partner Telkomsel, official gold partner UBS Gold. Dan juga partner ini sports, ada Blibli, Dunia Games, Grab, OVO, dan YouTube. Official broadcast kita ada Maxstream, TVRI Sports, dan juga video. Serta kita juga punya supplier, ada Indomaret, Point Coffee, Mineski, dan Samsung. Acara ini supported by PBSI dan semua super fans yang sudah hadir. Ada Geek Community dan juga BG Troopers. Namun, final lower bracket begitu spesial karena Bude Clara Mongsar akan langsung ngobrol bersama dengan talent-talent internasional yang mana kita akan membahas seperti apa gameplay dari setiap region. Karena kita akan mencari satu tim untuk mewakili Indonesia di babak M5. Pembahasan ini tentu harus kita bahas bersama dengan International Talents. Oh, they're ready to fight. Mereka benar-benar siap untuk bertarung. Tapi di sebelah Bude tentu aja kalian sudah tahu di sini dari Philippines. Ada Wolf, mabuhay Wolf.
Hello everyone, I'm very happy to be here. Semangat!
Semangat! Kali ini dari Philippines, sebelahnya ada Mirkotron dari Indonesia.
Halo, nama saya Mirkotron. Hari ini Geek Fam bakal menang.
Wow, oke. Mirko, that's confusing. Tapi ada terakhir dari Malaysia, negara tetangga kita, sobat kita, ada Lavel.
Terima kasih banyak, Clara. You look amazing, by the way. You look, wow, from the galaxy.
Oh, of course, thank you. Rose is also amazing and Mara, not you. You great, sorry. Lavel, but hey guys, we're really curious about what is the difference. Which region is the strongest? And I see the difference between the drafting phase, the heroes. Can you guys tell us about it more? Bisa nggak sih kasih tahu kita tentang apa sih bedanya setiap region ini? Karena kita ngeliat dari hero-heronya, dari draftingnya juga beda banget.
Oh, okay. So at least in MPL Philippines, I think it's quite the same when it comes to like the priority heroes. Like we like utility junglers, but one hero stands out. One of our most contested hero that's not present in other regions is actually the Joy, right? So even when it's totally banned here, but not all teams can play that. In the Philippines, we like to play Joy and we like to play it in the jungle because it's more scaling. It brings you to the late game better.
Oh, menarik ya. Joy, jadi priority pick karena dari Philippines itu suka banget hero yang lebih licin. Dan dari datanya juga ternyata di Philippines, Joy peringkat pertama dari total 118 game, 63% deep pick. Karena memang scaling juga untuk late game-nya juga bagus.
Well, for me, in Indonesia, we can definitely see it here from the hero band comparisons that there's one hero, or actually two heroes, that stand out compared to MPL Malaysia and MPL Philippines. Number one being Kadira, an Indonesian hero, but mainly used here to control neutral objectives. We're Indonesians, we love to brawl, we love to commit onto our neutral objectives, and who better to do it than with a hero that can have burst and CC together to lock down a lot of the junglers, and on top of that, a very fast clearing, fast rotation XP laner that is also a flex pick in that Paquito.
Oh, menarik ya, karena Mirko bahasa Indonesia bisa. Mirko artiin.
Jadi kalau dari Paquitonya sebenarnya ya, itu jadi fast clearing banget dari XP lane-nya untuk membantu setup, mau itu dari gank, mau itu dari neutral objective, dan juga itu merupakan salah satu hero yang flex pick. Meanwhile kalau dari Kaditanya, ini salah satu hero yang bagus banget. Pertama, ya hero Indonesia, tapi yang keduanya ini memang untuk kontrol neutral objective enak banget dengan CC heavy komposisi yang dia memiliki dari skillnya, Petrify dan juga Breath of the Ocean, tambah lagi dengan burst damage untuk menuju ke arah jungler musuh untuk mengamankan neutral objective.
Jadi hero Indonesia lebih ke war,
yes,
perang, menarik Itu kalau dari tadi Filipina udah, Indonesia udah, how about Malaysia, Lavel?
Jujur sama sih. Sebab kalau tengok, because Indonesia and Malaysia, we have the same idea. Control the jungle, control neutral objectives. But for Malaysia, we like using Martis. Martis in the jungle, you try to get 2 kills before the 3rd minute mark, right? In the first turtle, try to get 2 kills and then snowball from there. Because Malaysian teams, we like playing with momentum so that when we have the momentum, we can push through very hard.
We're quite similar, man. Serumpun.
Serumpun! Different heroes.
Serumpun. Right now, the Philippines is left out. Because you guys serumpun.
Mereka sayur lain.
Oh.
You're a different vegetable.
Wow. Okay, how to defend myself in this? Well, I think that one hero that also stands out is Novaria, which we like in the Philippines because we play very slow, unfortunately. And that's why I say that MPL Indonesia and MPL Malaysia are more entertaining. I'm not talking about being better. I'm just talking about more entertaining. But in the Philippines, it's much slower. Yeah, that's why we like the Novaria, because we want to see things first before trying to get head on. So, please translate that, Mirko.
Jadi kalau kata Wolf, mereka itu mainnya sangat slow tempo, tapi lebih kompetitif katanya di PH. Tapi di sini lebih seru, nggak apa-apa. Kita nomor 1.
Yang penting seru ya. Tapi namanya menarik ya, kita kan sering ketemu juga ya kan sama Philippines. Dan ternyata ketika diadu, menurut Mirko sendiri ya, gimana sih untuk bener-bener diadu nih tim dari gameplay Philippines dan juga Indonesia? What is the biggest comparison or the biggest things that we can see?
I think for Indonesian teams as a whole, firstly, I think Onyx started this trend, right? Where they were able to look for a lot of team fights across the map, but still stay disciplined enough to kind of play it the Filipino style. They like it slow, but they also like it fast. That change in tempo really creates enough chaos to beat a lot of the Filipino teams, especially in MSC and even at ESL SPS. So looking at it, that's how I feel a lot of the other Indonesian teams have adapted. They have utilized both slow and fast tempo compositions to take control.
Oh, arti dong Mirko, tambahin dong.
Jadi, kalau dari gua ya, pertama, Indonesia itu mulainya dari Onyx. Onyx yang membawa gameplay yang drastis, memiliki 2 komposisi dari tim PH dan juga tim Indo. Dengan adanya Yep dan Kairi masuk ke tim Indonesia, kita masih ada sedikit gameplay dari Indonesia, di mana kita suka team fight, kita suka agresif. Tapi masih ada disiplin yang sangat baik yang dibawa dari tim atau dari player dan coach Filipina yang membuat komposisi yang sangat multidimensional, di mana kita bisa menggunakan tempo yang banyak.
Komplit dan kompleks kalau di Indonesia. Are you agree with that, Laval? Indonesia gameplay is so complex. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about you, Wolf? Are you agree with Mirko?
I don't understand half of what Mirko said,
Yeah,
but
same.
I know for sure that we can play competitively, and I think that the Indonesian teams have adapted well. I have to say though, I really enjoyed watching MPL Indonesia this time. I've said it before and I'll say it again. It's more entertaining.
Okay, jadi
More
memang Wolf
competitive.
sendiri menikmati banget nonton MPL Indonesia, but after this, we're gonna have the final lower bracket between Geek Fam and Bigatron Alpha. I want you guys to give us the prediction. Kita mau prediksi dari para talent-talent internasional, mereka juga analis, mereka mengerti gameplay tentang 2 tim ini. Please give us your prediction, guys. Please, Wolf.
All right.
Wolf first.
Want me to
Wolf first.
start? Okay.
Hold on.
Okay. I think this time with Baloyski and Marky, they're gonna take it. It's Geek Fam's time.
It's Geek Fam time! Geek Fam Unity! Suara dari Wolf. The score? The score?
3-2, game 5.
Ooh, 5 games. All right. How about you guys? Mirko and Laval.
Yo, Geek Fam's gonna win, Lafel.
Yo, you know what? Bigatron's your team? They're a very good team. I think they're gonna win.
Well, you know, Geek Fam, they got a good roamer. In the healer meta, he is the best. And also, they got Nile in the jungle, man. They gonna win.
Yo, your jungler is one of the best. I like it. I like it, yo. You're gonna win.
You have an X factor, man. You have Marquee.
Dude, let me just say, 3-2, all 5 games, 40 minutes plus.
Bro, we gotta curse it. We gotta say 3-0.
Sorry. 3-0, 10 minutes. Yeah.
3-0, 10 minutes, very boring game. We gotta curse it.
Yeah.
Okay. It's Laval curse and Mirko curse. Mirko curse, Laval curse. Who gonna get the curse? Siapa yang akan ngedapetin curse dari kedua caster ini, kedua talent ini? Jadi yang bisa membuktikan hanyalah para tim yang akan beradu dalam Best of 5 series. Ini dia final lower bracket, Geek Fam dan juga Bigetron Alpha.
Clara Mongstar for that interview. Now that was a very interesting discussion that we can actually kind of continue on the desk. So Wolf said that his region or the Philippines is the most competitive, but Indonesia is the most entertaining. Now, as Indonesians, guys, come on, how do we feel about that statement, bro? Agree? We concur? Disagree? What about you? Let's start with you.
That's a very interesting take here. I want to hear more actually from Mr.
Analyst? All right.
But I don't mind being. I think I have to agree.
Okay, so you agree with Wolf.
I have to agree. Looking at the situation right now, I agree.
I think that it's fair to say that the Philippines is the most competitive region because they don't got Onyx. All right, in Indonesia, it's less competitive because who can even compete on the same level as Onyx?
Exactly, and by proxy, right, that means that in a way, we're talking about competitive, but Onyx beating everyone out, that has to mean something, and that's a guess
Who's annoying you?
appearance
Is it
right
LaFell?
there.
LaFell, stop it! My God, all right.
A guess
continue.
appearance, but yes, with Onyx beating everyone out, can you really say that your region is more competitive when we're beating you out? Take Onyx down and then start talking. Till then, most entertaining, most competitive, come at us.
I love it.
Indo Pride.
All right. Well, there you go. A quote from Araji. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, you know, that's the cool thing about this season across all regions, right? Because I think last season we were so accustomed with the 4-0 in the grand finals, but we're here finally seeing a lot of more close games, a lot more close matches. Like even 4-3 in the not in the Philippines, in Malaysia, right? They just got a 4-3 grand finals. And I'm wondering to see if Indonesia is actually going to join in on the trend. Because like we mentioned earlier, another thing that is very similar to the Malaysian and the Indonesian regions is this. The fact that in Malaysia, it has been Todak for so long, right? Joining every single M series, not being absent in any M series. And the same could be said about RRQ. And where's RRQ now? Where's Todak now?
Man, they just didn't do enough this season, so it is what it is. Of course, the fans are absolutely disappointed. But on the other hand, this is a great chance, a great opportunity for the other teams that haven't overshadowed to claim some of the limelight. Homeboys from Malaysia, and today, potentially, Geek Fam or Bigetron Alpha, for the first time in history, making their way to the M Series, and potentially even posing a real threat to Onyx.
It has been a very great run for both teams. Geek Fam being down 0-2, equalizing in both matches, right? It happened in the first day, it happened yesterday going up against Onyx. They were down 0-2. And then, slowly but surely, game by game, they were able to match the qualities against Onyx to a point where I feel like it was a tactical lockup between Geek and Onyx.
That's why I think that champion mentality in Geek Fam is something that is so underrated. We saw teams going 2-0, losing 2-0, and then they just don't have it in them to come back. But that spirit, that champion mentality is something that Geek Fam has over Bigetron Alpha, I think, honestly. Because if we're talking about mechanics, if we're talking about macro and micro, if we're talking about strategy, I wouldn't say that there is a glaring difference between both of these teams. And honestly, for me, I could see it going either way, but the difference is that mentality. Does Bigetron Alpha want it more?
It's gonna be a long, grueling series here, and whoever wants it more will definitely have a bit more going for them. But also, what can the coaches do? There have been so many things going on in the past few days, changes in the drafts, new strategies popping up between Coach Aldo and Coach Erpang, along with the shadow analyst. You really have to wonder what kind of secrets have they been able to actually hold out. Because yesterday, they were fighting for their survival again and again. And you have to imagine that the secret strats have all already been exposed. With that being said, what's left, right? Is there gonna be a pocket pick? Something crazy. This is why the later stage of the playoffs are always more interesting.
Although I like that you bring that point out, right? Because honestly, for the entirety of playoffs so far, GeekFam has only utilized 14 heroes.
Right.
14 unique heroes. That's it. So we're not really sure exactly what they're still keeping in their pocket, because we would like to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, this is a high-stakes game. Whoever loses has to say goodbye to the playoffs, and whoever wins gets that final ticket to the grand finals, and of course, to represent Indonesia at M5. You can see both of these starting lineups from both of these teams. You can see that they're bringing out the main five. No risk here. They want to go for steady. They want to go for certainty, because it's go big or go home.
One more step. One more hurdle to secure the M Series stage for the first time in history. The robots have rebelled against their masters. It is going to be Bigatron Alpha! And on the other side, it is do or die. Will the geeks solve the algorithm that is within the alphas? Let's welcome Geek Fam!
Final showdown right here, potentially, for both these teams. They've tried everything. They got the execution down, the strategies, and now the draft as well. We talk about Onyx before, they usually go with execution. But for Bigatron and Geek, it's all about the draft. If Coach Airpunk thinks that he can maintain the low amount of heroes in the hero pool, he is going to be sorely disappointed, because Coach Aldo, the architect, is well known for taking advantage of that stagnation.
This is what I find so scary about this match. Ladies and gentlemen, what are we going to be expecting? What kind of crazy picks, what kind of crazy strategies can we expect from both of these masterminds? Because on one side, Bigatron Alpha, throughout the entirety of the regular season, we always see crazy picks. We see the instant swap out, the last minute surprise picks. That's become such a huge factor into the mentality of their opponents. But from the other side, from Geek, because they've been holding back so much, it feels like the calm before the storm.
That certainly is the way it feels as we take a look at the most picked and banned heroes right here. The Faramis and the Valentina. It seems to be two of the biggest spearheads for the mid lane for Geek Fam. And Bigatron have that Valentina as well, but no Faramis. That is a pick that's uniquely used by Geek, and they were forcing Onyx to ban it away in yesterday's match. Looking at the bans though, you can see a different story as well. For Bigatron, they're banning away the fighters. All these utility, adaptable, flexible picks so they can lock in their opponents into more predictable outcomes that they can take advantage of. For Geek, they're respecting all the outplay potentials, especially with playmaking being one of their main weapons here in MPL. They want to make sure that all these outplay heavy heroes, these macro heavy heroes that are very difficult to punish, will not make it to the Land of Dawn. In the most bet of our opponents though, you can see that for Geek Fam, it's a bit special, man. Natalia 15 times. That doesn't really make any sense if you really think about it.
True, it's a Geek Fam special, and it makes sense. If you have a player like Beloyski, if you have a player as versatile as Beloyski in that roam position to be able to utilize support heroes, assassin heroes, cover heroes, initiating heroes, it makes sense how much respect should be given, and that's what makes Geek Fam so special.
And also to add to that, the man on your screen is also earlier on what makes Geek Fam special. Airpunk, again, we'd like to remind you that his impact after joining the fray of Geek Fam is very evident. If we again discuss the drafts, the patch, Beloyski in this current patch, it's more flexible. He can too explore more heroes.
So let's talk about how Geek Fam are supposed to win this over the Red Robots as we take you through the keys to victory.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, Mark the Marquee. Winning the matchup for Marquee here will be their literal key to finding victory here. avoid overextending and control the adrenaline rush in the late game. We've seen that the longer the game goes, the more difficult things get, the higher the stakes. And for Geek Fam, they've been there multiple times, but you can still see some inconsistencies, some weaknesses that could be exploited. That is what they need to try and take control of, especially against Bigatron Alpha. Their own key is the victory here. Key is the key. Cover or pick off, it's time for him to show off right here, right now. And optimizing the 4-1 setup to expose Geek's lack of wave management. Geek is a team that always corrals together, goes for the very solid team fights, especially in the past few matches. They can try and play the macro game and do a bit of a split push. We have seen that against Onyx, they were struggling quite a bit. And now it's literally, that's literally the problem right here. It's a key showdown. Is it gonna be Marquee? Or is it gonna be Key? Or should I say Super Key?
That's the question. Which key will unlock their victory today? But I really like that last point because I thought that that was one of the most glaring mistakes that Geek Fam made that ultimately allowed CW on the clock to go for a backdoor, well, a split push during these lore takes. So wave management, going back to the basics, is going to be very important because, you know, in a high stakes game, sometimes the basics don't got you covered. But we also have to talk about this, the highest achievement. MPLI 2022 marks the highest achievement for Geek Fam ID in international tournaments. They successfully reached the MPLI Grand Finals, yet was unable to secure playoffs in MPL ID from Season 4 to Season 10. But this just goes to show that despite the fact that we say that it's Bigatron Alpha's and Geek Fam's first time in the M Series, it doesn't mean that they don't have international experience, right? Geek Fam went all the way to second place behind Onyx during their time at MPLI 2022. And for the side of the Red Robots, the Terminators, they were able to get second place at SPS behind Onyx as well. So you can say experience is something that they do hold, and let's see if that experience is enough to bring them over.
Oh, okay, let's see here what will happen. Bigatron Alpha in this opening game. And Geek Fam, you're right, experience-wise, they are there. They have that experience. They are ready. But again, they need to jump over this hurdle first.
They really do. And it's going to begin in the drafting phase. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you to the drafts of game number 1. Bigatron Alpha, first pick. Geek Fam with the second. Already a Boxia, Theramis, and a Fredrin being banned out by Bigatron. They certainly have done their homework against the Geeks. Meanwhile, Geek go for a Fanny and a Joy ban.
Well, going for the bans here on the Theramis, the Fredrin, and the Boxia. This means that Geek Fam has limited lifespans in these big team fights, and that's exactly how Bigatron likes it. They want to go for the high pace, high kill strategy, and without all these fighters, this also kind of locks Balorski in a difficult spot. If he wants to play the supportive roamers, he can do so, but that means that there's more limit on the tanky or fighter heroes in the jungle that Nile can use to contest. For now though, the Akai is still left open, and for Bigatron, the first pick is going to be that Valentina.
A very solid pick. Right, again, Bigatron in the hands of Moreno. It's a very versatile Valentina, but it seems like they forgot about one hero. 2 heroes, rather. They forgot about Matilda and Angela mid is a deadly, deadly Angela.
Wow, all right. Geek Fam just throwing out all that they have here. Double support meta. So you think that this is going to be a Matilda for a boy?
Matilda roam, Angela mid.
Okay, so Angela for a boy. All right, what do we think about this in comparison to what Bigatron chose, prioritizing Valentina? Was this a worth it trade?
I find it hard to say that, man. Now they go for the Claude and the Uranus as well. It's sustainability, it's damage, but we've seen how devastating the Matilda was. We've seen how difficult it is to deal with a hard-guarded hero when Geek Fam is on the pilot seat. So giving both over to Geek Fam, I think it's a bit risky, but if they're planning on exploiting the lack of damage perhaps, maybe they're onto something. But I think Geek will definitely have a plan. Now the last pick right here will really shape up their composition. Gonna be a strong EXP lane? Is it gonna be a strong gold laner? The Irithel is available. and many regard it as one of the best marksmen you can get in the current meta. Marky was using it, and he has, on average, I think about 1 or 2 deaths every single game against Onyx. But it won't be picked up just yet. It's gonna be the Lancelot first.
A very solid pick, but it's against Onyx here, especially if they're red side. They tend to do this, right? They have this pattern where they usually pick up a jungle in that third pick, and it seems like it is no different. They pick up a Lancelot. Why? Mobility. Again, with the punctures, will be able to find the backlines here. In this case, it is going to be Valentina. But second phase here, a very good response, right? Hilda Ben comes through.
Well, with the Valentina available here, they can really like steal some of the hard guards, you know, the guiding winds if they want as well. I mean, the Circling Eagle, my bad. But it seems like they're gonna be attempting to go for something a bit more aggressive from Geek Fam. They're gonna be banning away the Hilda. It's a big problem, but Bigatron are now targeting the gold lane because they already secured one for themselves.
That makes sense. We saw what the Hilda was able to do against the best jungler in the world, as a lot of people mentioned against Kyrie, that a lot of people said that Kyrie even cried on stage because of how aggressive the Hilda was from a Bigatron. So Geek have also done their homework in that sense. Choosing the Lancelot, they want to give him a little bit more free reign, a little bit more farm in the early game, giving a little bit more freedom. And they also respond with a Nakai ban. And you can just see, they're trying to really highlight Nile in that jungle to be able to create an impact from that early game. Now the question is, does Bigatron want to go for the same route, go for another gold lane ban here? What's a good option against the Claude in lane?
Good option against a Claude? It
Brody?
depends, right? Claude is always a bit of a skill matchup, but Brody does come to mind. A bit more aggressive here, but that could be exactly what Geek Fam are looking for. If it's not the Brody, I imagine something a bit more hyper carry oriented would make sense. Maybe the Kari even. It's a good matchup against the Uranus. And with so much protection, there's so much more space to be made, and there you go, Bigatron Alpha. They recognize that danger and they ban it away.
A very good response as well, you're right. I mean, considering that they have the carry here, signifies as well, they will pick up a hero that is tanky for that jungler, right? And the Bruno pick comes through, also very reasonable. That, yeah, they want to go front to back here. Considering that the composition isn't really tanky, they really have to go and give damage here in their composition to the front lines. They need to make sure that they have enough resource for that. Bigatron Alpha here, good response, right? Martis, a tanky build is doable, but also can deal damage.
And it's also a really good way to level up that early game farm and utility control over the neutral objectives against the Lancelot. But what would you pair with the Martis here? What would you use in that roam?
I think they need something to catch down or go for a big team fight. It's gonna be a Grok though, bit of both worlds. Actually, a bit more of a counter for pickoffs themselves. But it seems like a bit of a setup for a big split push macro play. But with the Khalid here, it's gonna be very difficult for that EXP lane to stay relevant, especially with the help coming in from all these high roaming potential heroes that Geek Fam has secured.
Very aggressive from Geek Fam. With the Khalid as well, there's so much killing pressure and there's so much early game control as well. They had got mobility with the Matilda, the Lancelot.
Yeah.
Bruno scales quite quickly as well in the early stage of the game, especially when paired with a good support. I would recommend maybe perhaps the Angela or even the Matilda to help him out in that lane to win it against Claude, especially before level 4.
I was about to say, right? Very honest draft from Geek Fam. Mobility is what they're looking for. Mobility is what they draft, right? A lead. Matilda, Angela, Lancelot, very high mobility heroes here, but this begs the question, can they handle the late game?
We'll have to see. I think it can go either way right here. The execution from Geek Fam though needs to be very, very on point, because otherwise they are too saviors for the Bruno. If they overlap, it could be disastrous in the middle of a big team fight where every single bit of healing, every single bit of shielding will count.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, Geek Fam with the aggressive composition, a Bigatron with a more team fight-oriented composition. Already so much aggression because the stakes are ever so high. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the lower bracket finals between the Red Terminators and the Geeks as we walk into game number 1.
Turns out Beloyski will be the one on that Matilda, and a boy is on the Angela. So it will not be Angeloy, but I think it's equally dangerous to have Beloyski in his element. Looking at the emblems by Dunia Games, agilities, and the wilderness blessings for the Grok and the Valentina. They're all trying to rotate really, really fast because Bigatron.
Whoa! With the flicker here, a boy, very low, great skill, but it seems like Chorizo will unlock the first kill here in the first minute of the game. Lethal Wonder secured by the side of Geek Fam though.
It's usually a Beloyski move, but now he himself, he might be in trouble here. Super Key looking for a chance. Get one more, but it will not be allowed. As I was saying, Bigatron Alpha, well known for being dangerous, deadly, up to 15 minutes, so expect aggression full on in the early game.
Wow, aggression from both of these teams, no? Look at Nile and the way that he's just propping against Bigatron Alpha in that mid lane, but going back to the emblem choices, Super Key. That's a very unique choice, is it not?
Choice for the emblems? It's a Brave Smite for that Grok for a bit more survivability, especially because he is serving as the main front line if they are planning on using that Uranus as a split push tool. But right now you can see that the pressure is very much on Geek Fam. They have all the saves, all the shielding, but the damage and the danger all comes from Bigatron. Already spending 2 battle spells defensively right here. We'll see if they want to contest its turtle early or wait for the second, because losing in a fight, especially against a Martis, that is a dangerous proposition with the resets coming in from the Decimate.
Nile quite chunked. Chorizo though, below health HP now. The turtle just touched here by the side of Bigatron Alpha, but will they commit this is still up in the air. Key now, chunked. Oh, will they commit this key? It seems like the answer is no. As Geek Fam looking for an opening, now jumps in with Hard Guard as well. Raging stun from Flicker. A boy secures a kill. Now Moreno jumps in and out as well, but the turtle will fall to the hands of Beloyski. Beloyski now low mana, but it seems like Manile in the back will look to escape. Super Ken, very low, 1 HP Luke, looking for the kill, doesn't get it.
Wow, Geek winning it out on all fronts, but it's not over yet.
Ooh, even securing the kill onto Super Chorizo. An unfortunate conclusion for Bigatron Alpha. Going in individually, kind of spread apart, and the fact that Super Key was unable to land the wild charge onto anyone right there. Oh! As I say it, the caster curse strikes again.
What a pick from Super Key. Both of these teams, they're going at it, just a brawl happening. You'd expect the same aggression between Bigatron Alpha and Alter Ego, but look at Geek Fam just really coming out on top as well. Taking a look at the talent predictions though, it looks like it's a one versus everybody situation here. Owl finds beauty in the Bigatron lineup.
For once, Papulong not the only one out. But Bigatron again, trying to exert the pressure, but with that setback early on, going to be a tad bit more difficult. And you can see the difference in effectiveness of disturbance between Super Key and Beloyski on that Matilda. He will be able to slide away from this danger though, but Beloyski can't say the same.
See, circling Eagle. Seems like just to poke around, just to even escape from the 2v1. And again, I mentioned that the mid laner should be Angela. Why? Because Angela needs more items. It's more item dependent if you compare it to Matilda.
Depends on how you want to play it out, Gani, but that is generally the case. And so also with the wave clear that the Angela provides, it's a much better option compared to the Matilda. I do feel like in this match though, the time bomb is in the gold lane. Once Marky gets a power spike, and a boy and Beloyski are ready to give him all the shielding and support he needs, it's gonna blow up right in the faces of Bigatron. And I think they recognize that, but they have been unable to bring all the fights towards the gold lane.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I was expecting that as well, right? Pressure into the gold lane, but for the most part, because of how active everyone else is in the mid and towards the neutral objectives. Oh, wait a minute.
Raging stance on Super Ken now taken very low, but it seems like, the damage will come through towards Beloyski here. Another member, Luke, falls as Chorizo claims another. It's 3 members taken out, plus the turtle.
And the instant gold shifts towards the Red Terminators here as Super Ken going in very aggressively, still in the mid side, and a boy can't do much for the moment. Look at Moreno.
Oh, terrified. The damage comes through. Flickers out of the vicinity. Bigatron now holding on. They have the lead, but it seems like the structures here will be taken up firstly in that bottom lane.
With how scrappy everything is, right? Who does it favor Bigatron Alpha's composition or Geek Fam as they go in once again?
Placing duet, circling Eagle. But no commitments here. Very good. But in the bottom side of the map, you can see Super Chorizo quite chunked. But then again, he is Uranus.
Ooh. Well, I think it's quite even in the late game because for Bigatron Alpha, they have the macro playmaking to rely on. But for Geek Fam, it's all about those team fights. When it comes to damage output, the Bruno and the Claude are a bit similar in output. But I think the Claude is a lot more shreddier, if that's even a real word. And Marky on the Bruno will be doing a lot more burst damage as we take a look at there. The crits already dealing a big problem. But against the front line, maybe it's going to be a bit more manageable. So it comes down to, again, how the fight begins and how it plays out.
Because in terms of power spikes, there's certain power spikes that we need to be aware of, right? The fact that Sive needs a few more items, I think, to come online. He's already level 8. I'm not really sure how far he is on items. Meanwhile, Marky already with the Berserker Fury. So these are kind of tells as to when it favors which side a little bit more in these team fights.
Well, Sive went for a bit more of a defensive option. He went for the steel leg plates and also the armor edition boots to ensure that he can actually stay alive in these big fights. He's not on the golden staff just yet. And for Marky, on the Bruno, I think his power spike comes a bit earlier. The big problem though, I think, is in the EXP lane. Luke needs to be ahead to actually make those big plays happen. But Chorizo is the one dictating all the pace. But now Geek Fam, they are undeterred, going in against Bigatron.
Let's see if Venom Execution has involved Chorizo, though chunked very low. Still survives. Boloyski now jumps in with a circling eagle. Seems like looking for space, reaching Samsung as well. Take a look at that. Chorizo taking out Luke. Now very low, but the Lord or the Turtle will find the hands of Super Ken. Luke quite low now, jumps in. But no, it will be a trade, a kill for a Turtle.
Finally, the Flash of the Oasis completed for the Matilda, but Boloyski now getting chased by Super Ken.
Hey!
Gets decimated. And a boy running for his life.
Oh, a boy now, no flicker, gets taken out. Super Ken finds a double. Now the mid lane falls. Super Ken, they find it. They find the early game. I expected the mobility controlled by Geek Fam, but no, now top lane, chunked. Luke with the heal, cancelled with the barrier. Take a look at the wild charge. The coordination from the red robots.
What is going on with Bigatron Alpha? How are this coordinated? Super Ken is a monster, a super key. His initiation has been so on point, and finally we get to see the items to see how far both of these teams go. But even now, look at this, Super Chorizo! That's how much damage he's receiving from Boloyski himself, and I think something big's gonna happen here. Are they gonna go for yet another pick onto this bottom side?
Maybe.
Turns out it won't be the case just yet. But for Geek Fam, this is the problem. You have two supports, that's good for you, but how are you supposed to begin fights? Boloyski using the circling eagles again and again, but he's not really finding any value targets, and now he seems like he's a bit too squishy to really be dangerous. And look at the barriers from Super Key, man. Oh, and engage too!
Good wall charge, Boloyski now holding on, but it seems like now the damage will not come through. Good disengage there. As Geek Fam, they again looking for a trade, but Moreno overextends, gets taken down. Super Ken, very low, does not commit to a fight just yet. It's a 5v4 technically, but in the mid lane, Chorizo now will be able to escape.
And this is a 2,800 gold lead now for the Red Robots for Bigatron Alpha, and it's counting. And I completely agree with the opinion that Gani mentioned earlier on. The fact that it's Bigatron Alpha that's been able to control most of how things are going on, the tempo in the early game, despite a Geek Fam's high mobility and high rotational choices. But Boloyski goes in here.
Yeah. See, conceal play as well. Hardguard now blazing duet. Now will not find anyone. Oh, take a look at the backside. No, Shave taken down by Luke. Great IQ. Chorizo now, next target, but it seems like now with the 5v4, Bigatron will be forced to retreat.
Finally, you see the value of this double roam pick. No engage, but look at how confidently Marky can just walk up and deal that damage, especially with the item power spikes. I believe he only has 2 items, the Has Claws and the Berserker's Fury. And now he went for the mana boots as well. He needs the mana to stay in the fight, and with the lifesteal, he can stay on the Land of Dawn indefinitely, especially with the healing that both the roamers and the mid laner can provide for him. Bigatron Alpha needs to find a way to deal with this. Lower the healing, crowd control him down. Whatever it is, they gotta do it fast before Geek Fam fall into that tempo.
And it's starting to look like they are here, Arashi. Gani as well. 10 minutes in, this means that the Lord has already spawned into the Land of Dawn. For both of these junglers, they're both at level 12. Actually, Super Ken just got level 13, so he's a level ahead. It's going to favor him in this engage. And it's interesting. Will Niall be able to take this Lord?
We've seen him pull off the miracle steals before. It's still possible. But with Super Chorizo on the other side of the map, seems like a boy going to be tasked on clearing that wave and taking advantage of the global hard guard. As Beloyski is forced to use a circling eagle super early. That's a big win for Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah, it seems like here both teams just hovering here. The Lord even just toyed with the members of Bigatron. But it seems like Niall wants to find an opening to fight. Geek Fam holding on both, though. Top lane heavily favors the side of Bigatron Alpha. Geek Fam looking for a cheeky opening as take a look at the Lord now. 15,000 HP. Beloyski very low. Bigatron Alpha now controlling.
Whoa.
Torn Rose and of course Phantom Execution used as well. Hard guard now, retreat battle. It will fall in the hands of Super Ken. Beloyski quite low, terrified as well. Raging Sandstorm to find more space, but Super Key will be the first casualty. Traded by Beloyski. Valentina falls as well. Double for Super Ken, but it will be the trade as Marky finds the double as well.
Who was it worth it for?
I think it's worth it for Geek Fam. The more kills they get, especially in the hands of Marky, look at that! The Uranus getting chunked down big time, but Sive is able to find additional value, unless Niall can say something about it.
Oh, good opening, good spot there. But Shiva will be able to escape with the BMI. And again, this is the first Lord, so Geek Fam will definitely be able to defend this, right? Hopefully with 3 base turrets standing.
Well, if Bigatron wants to really take control of the game and assert their dominance, they have to go for cleaner plays. They can't trade 1 for 1, 2 for 2, or even 3 for 2 like they just did over there. Gotta make sure that Geek Fam can scale even more and still get some kind of gold income, and that's never good with Marky scaling ever so closely to level 15.
Whoa, that was super close. Super Key is looking for an opening already, doesn't quite find it because of Beloyski's guiding win. Meanwhile, both teams are posturing damage on one another as we do have a game fact by grab. Beloyski is the first player in MPL ID Season 12 to reach 400 assists. Wow. Facilitator?
Facilitator
Prodigy?
Indeed. Enabler, and take a look now in the game. Where Geek Fam here, they are holding on, but now I feel like here, Arashi, where the point of Geek Fam, why they struggle to find a good team fight. Crowd control.
Like I said, 2 roamers, that's great. Who's supposed to engage the fights? And who do you even target? Super Key is immune to the bulk of crowd control. Super Chorizo's too tanky. Sive is mobile. And Super Moreno is, I think, the prime target. But he never really steps up. And when he does, you can see that Geek Fam have been waiting for that opportunity. With that already happening once, there's no way Bigatron Alpha will give them an easy engage yet again.
So how do they do it? How do they look? Do they go for picks instead? Force picks instead of team fights against Bigatron Alpha?
And they're going to try and use, I think the only thing they can use are the neutral objectives. If the Lord is in the picture, then whether you like it or not, you have to commit, you have to be present in those fights. In the orange buff, you're seeing a semblance of that situation. That's only an orange buff. Imagine if it is a Lord that has a chance to be a secondary frontliner for Geek Fam and allow them to really take advantage of Marky and all that protection. I think giving up a Lord is the worst case scenario for Bigatron Alpha. So they need to be very careful and, like I said, control the game and mitigate the risks.
All right, but as longer the game goes, whose composition does it favor? But Beloyski goes in for a pick.
Oh, they have to be careful. Hard guard pops as well. Oh, Super Key. Raging Sandstorm with the backside now. Shive with the Wind of Nature. Can he do it? Blazing Duet will not be enough as Luke will not find the kill. Shive stands, but at the end of the day, he will fall. Super Key, next target, Niall, and Beloyski is on it. Niall finding the double. Super Moreno now in trouble. Isolated, immobilized, everything. As Niall finds the triple.
We were asking how exactly are Geek Fam supposed to win these team fights, and that's exactly how. A brilliant display of mechanics from Geek to be able to use that flicker to juke, get Shive down, and take him out eventually. And this is a 4-man knockout by Geek Fam as they look to go in for the mid lane. Can they look for an end here?
Super Ken not having clear, but seems like the base turret in the mid lane will fall. Again, Martis will now have no clear. There you go. The Lord has been initiated by Geek Fam. I wonder how Bigatron will recover.
That's gonna be the Lord, like we said, worst case scenario for Bigatron. So they're trying to go for a fight, knowing that the Lord was gonna be up soon, but they overcommit, and CV getting caught out so early right there means that they lack that damage for the prolonged team fight. No one to shred through the big shields that Geek Fam has. Moment to try his best, and so did Super Ken. But the Martis and Valentina, they're not exactly the best source for constant DPS. Now with the Lord, this is the moment where Bigatron Alpha are the ones on the back foot. They don't have the best of clears. All they have is damage, and they have to execute perfectly. And if they don't, Geek Fam is going to take full advantage of this technical 6v5.
All three lanes are pushing here. Arashi, Gani, Bigatron Alpha. They need to defend this as fast as they can. Marky is the first one to be close there, but Beloyski is looking for an engage already.
Now the what the heck? What the heck happened there? Shive bursted down. Now the Lord still stands, but again, it's not a very tanky Lord. Luke jumps in with a Raging Sandstorm, still okay. Destroyed a base to top lane. Super Ken Sorizo cannot handle the damage as Sorizo taken down as well as Super Ken as Geek Fam base wide open. The pendulum will swing to the Geek Fam side in this first game.
The Geeks lead the series, this best of 5 series, with a 1-0. But we'd like to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, again, in this best of 5, it is no longer a sprint, it is a marathon. We've seen miracles happen. We've seen the unexpected, the unthinkable, the unorthodox to occur. But Geek Fam, in that later stage of the game, they came online.
As predicted, man. As prophesized almost. That late game. Maybe in the late game, the lack of damage is going to harm them. But right there, right when the power spikes really land, they're able to find the fights that they require, get the Lord. And like I said, and I think they know it too, once they got the Lord, it's essentially game over. Bigatron tried their best, but they get completely overwhelmed. And Marky in this game was just constantly free hitting, man. On a Bruno, you cannot allow that to happen.
Let's start from the draft, right? Between Arashi, Valentina first pick for Matilda Angela. In theory, that does not make sense in this match.
That's a good topic of argument, of discussion, because some people feel otherwise. Some people feel like because it's a signature for Moreno as well, that it's a power pick, it's a comfort pick that usually Bigatron Alpha are able to utilize. And to be fair, the Valentina pick, there's value in it. You can take the
Heart
Guard,
Circling
you can
Eagles.
take the Circling Eagle. There's a lot of... You can even take the Raging Sandstorm, honestly, arguably, depending on the situation. There's a lot of value in the Valentina pick. But you're right, the question is, was it a worth it trade in comparison to 2 supports that are signature of Geek Fams?
I don't know, man. I really don't think so. I thought that this is the pattern with the drafts these days, right? You pick the Mathilda, it's always traded by an Angela. You know how back then it's always a Yi Farsa?
Yeah.
The same idea, right? Angela or Mathilda or none.
Valentina, Faramis.
Yeah, or none. Usually it's banned out away, but now Bigatron that let it go, and I guess they thought that they have enough power in the early game, enough macro maneuvers, high-paced plays to actually shut down Geek Fam, but they were unable to do so. The player of the game by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, it's gonna be your boy Luke, with a 59% kill participation, but in this game, he was one of the most volatile factors in the team fights. We talked about who is gonna engage.
Yeah.
Well, turns out it's the Raging Sandstorm.
They didn't have to rely on too much tools, too much CC. All they needed was that kill pressure onto the core members of a Bigatron Alpha for them to eventually win these team fights. And my god, that was a spectacular show of skill from Luke. I hope we get a replay to see what he did, because I think for a moment Bigatron Alpha, they kind of felt that he was going for AoE, but instead he flickered in the last moment and was able to take Shive in the back line, and he was forced on that WON. For a moment, it looked like he was able to kind of outmaneuver it, but in the end, because he was taken down, Geek Fam, they won on all fronts. That was an amazing display of skill from Luke.
And again, right, which brings the topic, targeting is a very important key on why Geek Fam won this game. They managed to find the BMIs of Shiva and just punished him for it, right? And again, the Raging Sandstorms in this game was impeccable, I feel like.
Always on point, onto the right members. And in the early game, he really wasn't doing as well in the lane.
Yeah.
By all means, he wasn't snowballing against the Uranus. But in these team fights, he was just able to find some really valued crowd controls here, even shutting down Sorizo, probably catching him off guard. And the healing that he can have in the kit, right, is so deceptive. You think it's over, but no, he just heals up. And when you're committing to try and taking him out, that's where the rest of Geek Fam come in and deal that damage back. It's a bit of a multi-layered strategy right here. And of course, like we said, you cannot count Marky out. His damage output was insane. There was pressure all across the map, but he was still able to get the power spikes. And with in accordance to the game plan, he was just able to turn it back around.
Wow.
Yeah, win of nature.
Wow.
Shiva managed to kite here a bit. But yeah, it's just it's basically 1 HP, of course.
Yeah, that was a valiant effort from Key, and he was actually able to kind of deny that kill pressure from Luke, but Nile was already there, already had his target locked, and that synergy between Nile and Luke in this game was something to behold.
It's Nile going in after Luke, being that secondary threat. And of course, Beginner Alpha with the very mobile and macro-heavy composition here, they themselves have a very limited amount of crowd control. How are you supposed to stop Nile once everything is going down, right? Once you use the wild charge to engage, is the Uranus supposed to somehow stop the high mobility Lancelot? There was no real solution, and I think Sive was just caught off guard there, and that was the beginning of the end. Beginning of the comeback for Geek Fam. As we take a look at some of the items right here. The Flash of the Oasis on 2 members, on theory, shouldn't work because the cooldown on the passive, the shielding when you get below 20%, that cooldown is calculated per person. It's not from the item. So if a boy has procced it once, I don't think Beloyski can proc it a second time. So there's a bit of overlap there, but for everyone else, it's just full damage. Marquis isn't even having boots. He knows that the guiding wind is available, and even if he's jumped on, all he has to do is stand his ground and use the shielding, the lifesteal, to just stay in the fight and just turn the damage around.
And he did not die once, Marky.
How is he supposed to die, Connie? There's so much shielding, so much lifesteal.
Positioning cover, he has the Has Claws as well. Yeah, it begs the question, even a bigger Tron Alpha, they controlled most of that early game, but no.
What I really was curious about was, in the early stage, I mentioned the Uranus and the Grok using Brave Smite, right? But what I didn't really see was Lethal Ignition Khalid. What do you think about this choice?
If you're trying to go aggressive, which Luke definitely is, looking at his items here, the Rupture as well as the Assassin Emblem, it's a lot of penetration, and with the kit of Khalid, where you can proc skills multiple times, it's more than realistic to actually expect to be able to do 3 big chunks of damage and proc that Lethal Ignition. I would dare say it even helped him secure some of the kills against Moreno and Sive. So it's definitely the way to go. And of course, 1v1 against Sorizo was a bit difficult. Didn't really give him a lot of value there. But afterwards, it's all according to plan. And the rich guy and the carry, it's still gonna be Marky, man. This key to success for Geek Fam. It's almost like he's the chosen one.
Solution.
The
solution. And it's super cool because the entirety of that game, we didn't really see him do much, right? Because he was like that silent killer, just following up on everyone else's engage. And that's why maybe it was a Luke that was able to get that player of the game. But in the grand scheme of things, Marquis remained consistent, reliable in that gold lane, and at the end of the day, he was able to do exactly what he was meant to do. Deal the damage on touch.
He did his job, right? He farmed, after that, deals damage, finds the right positioning, sure. Most of the time, it was covered by the rest of the team. But then again, 111,000 damage dealt in a 17-minute game. That's a massive damage.
And looking at the kill participation, man, Woloisky has 100%. That's the power of the Mathilda. But even if you do random things in the game, you're gonna help out some way, some form, right? With the mobility, with the shielding. I think the hidden buff here as well is the fact that Marky has no need ever to move backwards. I believe he was running the Purify. Was he running the Purify in the game? Well, he was.
I couldn't see.
My point
no,
is,
no, no.
I don't.
No,
I,
no Purify.
I don't
Right.
think I couldn't see it. Sorry.
Right. So my point
Because
was,
like my screen's too small.
it's too small.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, you should probably upgrade it, right?
What do you mean?
Well, if you want a bigger screen, right, you gotta check out that Samsung Galaxy S23 series, bro.
What's with the Galaxy S23 series?
What's with this? I mean, it's just so good. And the specifications, you're talking about the display, but everything else, the processor. It's a 4nm Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 processor. It's the Galaxy, it's a 12GB RAM and a 5G connectivity as well. It guarantees a lag-free gaming experience, and with that big display, you're not gonna miss a single thing in the land of dawn. Just impossible. It's a wide display with a 120 Hz refresh rate, 120, and a large battery capacity as well, so you can just keep on playing without worrying about your charge going down. 5000 mAh.
Wow. So I don't even need to ever pack a power bank.
Power banks. Come on, Athena, this is the future.
All right.
Please.
I'm missing out. So what do I do if I want to get the spectacular, pristine phone? How?
How?
Do you know how?
Check the site, dude.
Oh.
All right?
All right.
You open the site, samsung.com/ID. Then you check the details. And when you check out the website, there's also another device. Well,
Is it this thing right
another-
here?
Wait.
Is it this thing?
Behind you, Rashi.
Which
Exactly.
one?
This.
That one.
Yes.
Cameraman, show the TV, all right? The TV, 98-inch. That's the
Massive.
one. That's a massive, massive TV, cameraman, right? Neo QLED, 98-inch. That's
There.
a good.
It's
that's
almost
a good.
bigger than Moreno.
I think it is.
That's how big the screen is.
There you go.
I
Eterna.
would never miss a Purify and Flicker ever again. With that,
If you need bigger screens, there you go, man. That's the biggest in the business.
98-inch. Oh, there you go.
Thank you, cameraman. Terima
Oh, look,
kasih.
so beautiful.
Massive.
98-inch. Man, I swear.
That's
You know, people say, I don't need a TV that big. You do, man. Size matters.
Size matters, ladies and gentlemen. And you know what else matters?
What?
The choice of shampoo. What are you guys doing? It's 2023. Get your hands on this wonderful shampoo as soon as possible. I'm not going to use wonderful. I'm going to use effective, right? Because if
Ooh.
you have issues with dry skin, dry scalp,
done.
done. Dandruff, done. See? She knows what's up.
Whoa.
CITB.
Kind of feisty with it.
You got to be feisty because you know
What's
why
her
she's
name,
feisty?
Arashi?
I think the confidence comes from the head and
Exactly.
shoulders. 100%, man. What's her name, Gani? You gotta ask CITB.
Gotta ask CITB. But yeah,
Chevin in the building.
using Head and Shoulders, it gives you 100% confidence
I agree.
and it makes you feisty.
It makes you feisty.
Yes.
Well, especially if you're outside,
Wow.
outdoors, participating in our fun events.
Yeah.
You want that mint sensation to stay cool, man. Jakarta is reaching record temperatures in the past week.
It's hot.
You do not want to be out there without some head and shoulders action.
You were there earlier on, right?
Me and Rashi. both.
You and Arashi.
It's a good time.
Oh my god, guys! They're Alter Ego fans! The Alter Champs.
I was looking for
Respect.
an alter ego booth earlier, but I couldn't find it.
Oh,
That's a low blow. That's a low blow, Gani.
it's kind of messed up, Gani, but
How
yes,
could you?
it's great to see the support from the other teams in the MPL. Because in the end, we're all on the same team, guys. Of course, there's a rivalry, but we're on the same side. And Chevin once again gets stun-locked by the cameraman.
I'm glad that he's not casting today.
Yeah,
Because if he was, I don't know what he'd be doing in the seat.
having a seizure.
Maybe.
Just stun-locked completely. Whoa, head and shoulders. Can't believe it.
There it is, ladies
That's a
and
full house.
gentlemen.
We love
it's a
Chevin.
full house. Come
Yes.
over to the venue if you guys are free. You know what? Even if you have plans, cancel it. Come to the venue. Because the atmosphere, the energy is so much different to when you just watch it on your Samsung device.
I couldn't agree with you more, right? The vibes, the fans, the casters, the players.
The
You can see it,
Arashis.
Arashis, plural, mind you. We have multiple Arashis back in the back room as well.
My clones.
Yeah, 1-0, Geek Fam. Did you expect this, Mr. Analyst?
Well, my prediction was Geek Fam, and I think it's just way too costly. A team that is well known for playing the Roman supports, hey, why not give them 2? But I mean, but to be fair, I know Aldo is the architect, but did you really expect both the Angela and the Mathilda?
Nope.
That was a bit of a curveball right there, and I think Aldo will definitely learn from it. On cue right here, double ban.
And that's it. This is the change that we're going to see from game number 1. Geek and a Bigatron opting to swap sides here. Bigatron was second pick, and finally, both of those heroes get banned out, in addition to a respect ban towards a boy, the Paramis, as well. Meanwhile, from the side of Geek, we do see a Paquito, a Fanny, and a Joy. Still respect, still the same from the side of Geek. But these picks are coming through because of these choices. Valentina, first pick by Geek. Bigatron respond with a Rafaela and a Boxia. Do you remember when this was meta? Boxia and Rafaela?
A while ago, but even more recently, it's still coming back into the meta. One of the best synergies here, Boxia and Rafaela, zooming around the map. And Eterna, you might not have heard, but my man, Super Ken mentioned at one point, I think 2 days ago, in an interview, that if they get this Boxia, it's a done deal. Of course, after he said that, they lost 1 game on it. But afterwards, it's been accurate. So it's accurate -1.
I mean, practically it's a 99% win rate, right? With this Boxia here, with Super Ken in the pilot. But it seems like now with Boxia and Rafaela in their comp, they're looking for a mobility game, a mobility composition, right? They have with the Shield unity. Sure, the X-Borg here brings stability as well here in this composition. Why? Why stability? The slows and the Ice Queen wands, right? You have the Rafaela with the extra movement speed and the slow against your opposition, but with the X-Borg, it will have more oomph with that Ice Queen wand.
I agree, and arguably that's a lot of dive from the side of Bigatron, right? Rafaela, Boxia, you have the X-Borg as well, just, charging at you, and so the automatic response would be disengage. Disengage would definitely be one of their weaknesses right now. And so with the Ruby being taken off the board, it completely makes sense. Signature hero for Beloyski can also go for disengage. I'm thinking maybe Minotaur as well as an option to be banned out.
It's possible, especially, it depends. I think it's a great ban for both teams technically. Geek Fam seems to have more of an emphasis on that actual traditional team fight where all the AoEs and quad controls are available. For Bigatron, I think it's more of the early game strat we've seen again and again. They want to be all around the map, they want to speed up their own members and slow down the opposition so that they can very reliably catch up and punish them again and again. It's a great formation, but with the Akai in the picture, now I think it's going to be a bit difficult for Bigatron unless they get more damage so they can catch up and then secure the kills fast enough before the heavy spins and the penalty zones. All these ultimates become a big problem for them to deal with.
Damage or anti-CC. But what I mean is, Diggy, does this Rafa Diggy composition mid lane roam will work in this composition here? Going up against a Terizla, a Kai, does Diggy in Bigatron's composition work, you think?
I think it has great value. Of course, we have to see how Geek Fam wants to run out the composition first, but I think it's a great solution, right? It also works with their strategy right now. If they want to move fast, a Rafaela plus a time journey, that is a speedy full team rush.
Wait, I have a question. This is a Kai jungle, right? There's no way this is a flex pick.
It was flexed in one of the games, by the way.
Against Onyx, with Onyx though.
Onyx put it on Keyboy. It did not really work out that well though. So most likely, I think it is going still in the jungle.
95% yes, jungler Kai.
Because I don't want to go through this draft and suddenly it's not the way we expect it to be. All right?
That's Airpunk for you.
True.
Well, let's see, man. 2 more picks. I think if they want to surprise Geek Fam with the Diggy, they pick a gold laner here. Something with a lot of damage, enough to burn through a Terizla and an Akai. It's gonna be a Lilia instead. Hang on.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? They're going for the early, like you mentioned earlier on, Gani. And so what you need in the early game, you need fast clear With fast clear comes fast rotations and a little bit more say on those side lanes. And the one thing that I really was wondering, why is Iritel still left open? Literally no one has touched the Iritel yet.
Yeah, you're right. It's like a poison here for this game. But another hero that will equip Ice Queen Wand. Ooh. So there you go. A lot of slow effects here in the composition of Geek.
Let's take a look at the fun fact here. Frontline guard, 6,299,718 is the total damage taken by Luke throughout MPL Season 12. Still ongoing, and makes Luke the number one total damage taken player of the league so far. There you go. A lot of fun facts here from Geek fam. But here it is, finally the Iritel shows up in addition to the Cho.
Okay.
Cho Beloy?
I believe so. I don't see any other way around it. It's gonna be Cho Beloy trying to fight the speed composition with crowd control and potentially pickoffs as well. The real concern though is the lack of damage to really secure someone who was already pinned down with a heavy spin or hit with the Way of the Dragon. With Bigotron picking up the Bruno, I think that's a great lane to have as well. A Bruno Rafaela is going to be so oppressive to deal with in the gold lane.
That's the thing, right? Because you would automatically think, gold lane, who would win it out? Iritel. But that's not keeping into consideration of the supports. Cho and Rafaela, Goni, you're a roamer yourself.
Yep.
What do you think about that matchup?
I gotta be honest, if I'm on a crowd control hero or crowd control tank, going up against a support or a healer type, I don't feel the advantage. So I feel like at the disadvantage of the side here.
I think it really depends on, again, always the execution.
Yeah.
The early game, though, is going to be so difficult, so brutal for GeekFam to deal with. But if they're able to withstand it, a bit like the previous game, they can get to their items, their power spikes. They really don't have the same kind of tools to kite back, though, so it's going to be a bit more difficult. But I think with the heavy spin, if they use it efficiently in the right moments, it could be a problem, and it's going to stop the engages from Bigotron.
Again, with the composition that they have set, expect a lot of purifiers, especially from side of Bigotron, right? Lilia can rock the purify, Bruno can rock the purify as well. With the amount of crowd controls, but oh my god!
It's the twins!
It's the twins!
It's Matt and Max!
It's Mirko as well in the back, what the heck?
Where?
Hey!
Where's Mirko? Oh, it's the triplets!
The triplets.
The triplets.
Oh man, they made it all the way here to MPL ID to watch their ex-team, man. There you go, who's that? Oh god.
The number one bias caster.
Number one bias caster.
Especially on the English desk. It's your boy Mirko, and hey! Is that a Mox?
Yeah. Oh man, everyone is coming over to show their support here at the arena. I was surprised to see the twins. We haven't seen them for so long.
Definitely a nostalgic sight to see the twins back. Fortunately not in the Land of Dawn for now, but we'll see how they react after, especially during the game. It's gonna be a lot of crazy moments right here looking at the compositions.
It's the Geek Girls in the building as well. And let's see here. Game 2. What will both of the teams here bring to the table, right? Can Bigotron? I am leaning towards the composition of Bigotron.
All right, explain.
Again, with their control, with their composition here, Bruno being the sole backliner, I might say Lilia will play aggressively alongside with the 4 members, Rafa, Baksha, X-Board. I feel like they will have more than enough peel to again give space towards Marky to just, well, not Marky in this case, Chive with on that Bruno to just deal damage.
I think if you're talking about just directly favor, right, just purely on the drafts, I would favor Bigotron as well. They have good crowd control, they have good wave clear, and the movement that they have the Kaja for the pickoff potential, and they also have damage to really to actually seal the deal with the pickoffs. But the thing is, GeekFam, they were just up against Onyx, and in the final game of yesterday's match, GeekFam were essentially destroyed by mobility, and that was a very painful lesson, denying the possibility of them making it as the first representatives for M5. But I think they must have definitely learned their lesson and made improvements And against Bigatron, this is the worst case scenario.
I think that makes sense. I actually have the same opinion as you guys, but I'll play the other card. I'll play the devil's advocate, right? Sure, Bigatron, they have a very strong composition, like you mentioned, with mobility and so on and so forth. But what happens when this gets dragged into the late game? What happens when Irital starts to come online and GeekFam naturally have more tools to work with around neutral objectives as compared to Bigatron, who, in my opinion, are relying on Snowball?
Exactly, that's the whole idea. If Geek can withstand the pressure, and more importantly, not just withstand the pressure, because they did that against Onyx, withstand the pressure and still ensure that their players have healthy amounts of farm. They can scale properly without being intervened, then that late game, it's almost a sure deal with the amount of crowd control and all the tools they have in the Lord contest, which is so common these days.
So with that, ladies and gentlemen, with Bigatron and the early game composition looking for a snowball, and Geek with more power in the late game, let's welcome you to the Land of Dawn for game number 2. But look at this, Beloyski already getting caught super low. Will he get taken down here? Super Ken, Super Key already opening up the map, opening up vision, and trying to deter him from his naturally aggressive playstyle, and he is able to get away. Now in this early game, first minute, let's take a look at the emblems. Does anything stand out?
Of course, agilities. Usually Onyx does this as well, but Bigatron and GeekFam, especially on the core members, they need that speed. Speed is the name of the game right here. It's almost like a race, and GeekFam now actually aggressing onto Bigatron with the level advantage.
It will be Bigatron Alpha managing to retreat.
Oof, that was dangerous, man. Level 4 Akai could have really pinned someone down, and no one has ultimates to deal with it. And with Bigatron falling back, uncharacteristically, GeekFam are the ones with the control right here in the jungle with the vision and the lane management.
I like how you were talking about running, and they were literally running away from one another. Or like earlier on in that little skirmish, no one was taken down just yet. But now we can expect a little bit more. Oh,
whoa! Flicker penalty zone now. Well, take a look at the damage though. Beloyski is receiving now, very low. Now Chorizo finds an angle to find the first blood, but no, with the flicker. Moreno did not find the hit. Luke quite low, will be taken now. First blood will fall to the hands of Bigatron Alpha. Chorizo taking the kill as heavy spin pops, and the neutral will fall to the hands of the GeekFam. But Bigatron, they want more. Shield Unity crashing on towards Nile. Last Insanity will find Nile in the process.
And so that's going to be a trade. 2 kills for the price of the turtle. In that particular scenario, who do you think that favors?
I think in a way it favors Bigatron Alpha. It's a bit of an even trade-ish, but when you're the team that needs Snowball, especially in the early game here, getting a few kills in exchange for a bit of an EXP boost for your opponents, I think it's still a value pick, a value situation. Afterwards though, once they really get the ball rolling, once they have, let's say, a 2k gold advantage, they need to stop making these trades and ensure that everything they get is clean and uncontested.
Because you would expect in this scenario, Bigatron Alpha would have a little bit more to say, but yet Nile was still able to get that retribution, to still get that turtle. And so I don't think that's kind of in favor for Bigatron Alpha at this point, right?
That's the effect of the Akai, man. You're just way too difficult to deal with. And everyone from Bigatron were focusing on trying to get the kills first. And this distracting playstyle from Beloyski and the rest, that could be exactly what they need. And now he is taken so low, but he's alive.
One more hit.
Oh! One more hit, man. Now bottom lane, heavy spin. Super again now. Not isolated, as now is able to escape from that one. But Talent's prediction by Samsung Galaxy again now. Oh, there's a switch side by myself.
There's a turncoat.
I was swapping between those teams.
Yeah, I think I was as well. It's so close.
Was Bigatron, actually, my prediction.
All right, well, note that down, ladies and gentlemen. Only one GeekFam vote on the English desk, but Beloyski.
Yeah, good Jet Kundo, good baptism to disengage now. Take a look at the damage that Beloyski is receiving. Not enough to take him down though. So no casualty just yet here as Bigatron Alpha is still up 3-0 kill-wise. Now let's see the second neutral objective. Who will take it? It seems like it will be a 5v5 though.
The glaring difference for me is Nile is already level 7. So this is exactly not what we expected in this early game. That should give them a little bit of an edge, an advantage here.
Yeah, Retribution comfortably. But now take a look at the Jet Gundel now. Finding Super Ken. The damage though will not be enough just yet. Last Insanity to give space, and with the flicker, it will find Beloyski. Penalties on flicker pops as well, as it will find a member. So Rizzo for the trade. Now, Chive locked, isolated. Oh, take a look at this. Luke with the kill. Chive has no slide skill. And there you go, that's a marksman taken down.
Wow, Geek Fam. They went for the rotate early. They made sure that Luke was in position, and they held on to that penalty zone for so long. Maybe Stevie should have taken a page from Marky's playbook and went for the mana boots, dude, because with mana, he would have gotten out.
That was close. That was very close. A little close to comfort. And with now Geek Fam being in control of the first 5 minutes of the game, they actually have mounted a 1k gold lead. What do Bigatron Alpha do? Because this is not the way that they wanted things to work out at all.
They have to try and wrest control away from Geek Fam because they need to be the ones dictating the tempo. Right now, they're chasing Beloyski. They're trying to find ways to survive, but they're saying so much to the... Okay, fine, they got Beloyski, but what is being done everywhere else? Everyone's pushing. So Rizzo was part of that engagement, and Luke is already on top pushing as well. They're using a lot of time chasing roam kills when if they use that time to farm, they maybe could be doing better.
Now, they want this now. They will rotate 4 members. Heavy's been popped here to give space. A boy, though, if he's not careful, he will be committed. Now, space top side.
Exactly.
Yeah, there you go. The structure falls.
As Arashi mentioned, right? Geek Fam, they're playing the map really well. They're distracting Bigatron Alpha with several minor details because of how much distraction that Beloyski has been able to put onto the map. This is the oppressive force, the Beloyski effect that we usually see and other teams actually succumb to. So now 2,000 gold lead, so many structures in their hands right now. Nile level 10 ahead of Super Ken. Super Ken 1 level below. This is uncharacteristic of Bigatron Alpha.
Oh, Beloyski finds a kill on towards Super Ken. Now it's a 5v4. Moreno pops a flicker, but the damage will come through. Luke finding the kill. Now Lance Insanity popped in the mid lane. Super Ken pinned down. 3 members will be on him. 4 even, and finds the mark.
3-0 trade.
They're corralled right there, right into the penalty zone, right into the heavy spin. You just cannot do that, man. It seems like Bigatron Alpha, they have the right idea, the right intentions, but it's never made during the right time. They come in late. They come in one step behind Geek Fam, and that is costly against the superior setup. Now falling behind, they have to try and find a way to make use of their mobility. That is their main advantage. They have to use it, right? Roam around the map during this time where there's no objective that everyone needs to corral together for.
Did Nile steal Super Ken's buff earlier on?
I had to check again, but take a look at the bottom side of the map now. Beloyski, 4 members is on this guy, and the damage will come through. He will be taken out by Shivek. No compensations whatsoever for Geek Fam for now, but it seems like that was a mistake there by Beloy.
Well, you say a mistake, but at the same time, a lot of time has been bought, a lot of skills have been expanded. I still think with the timing though, that may be a mistake, but it's signature Beloyski style. It's only 4 deaths right now. Usually we expect 7.
True. It's not a Beloyski game without more than 2 kills or deaths on his part. So he is the distracting force that is buying Geek Fam a lot of time here. But the one person that I really wanted to highlight is Nile. He has been a force to be reckoned with. People have said that Super Ken is the #2 jungler in this league, but look at this.
Good Will Dragon. The damage here will not come through just yet. Heavy spin though will lock Moreno down, but take a look at that. Moreno will fall. Black shoes. No. Up there, now Super Ken dove in under the turret. A boy finds the mega. Top lane though, it will be Shive claiming that structure as the trade.
Is Nile not the monster? What has he been on lately, man? The things that he's able to achieve, the impact that he's made in this game, the confidence that seeps over onto him, even against a game, even against a matchup against Onyx like we saw yesterday, that's That's what you need. And he's a newcomer. He's a rookie.
The rookie that made the biggest drastic change for the Geek Fam. My apologies. He just was able to make sure that the jungle is just so much more consistent. And wow, Geek Fam is using it so efficiently right here. They're breaking the rules because they know it so well. They're not supposed to be winning in rotations, but with Beloyski wasting time earlier, Goni, and with Geek Fam setting up the waves, they went for that play when Bigachon Alpha was busy dealing with the other side of the map.
Oh, take a look at this opening now. Super Ken looking for an opening in the backside, but take a look at the Wave Dragon. It will lock my member down. Last Insanity Pop, and Nile in the backside will bring the team back. One member taken out, key for Luke. Now the damage will come through. Jet Kundo was huge, but he will fall. Shive was caught in that process as well now, so Rizzo caught in that fight. Marky free hitting. It is the super sub, but now he's the solution.
Marky! Where has this Marky been this entire time? This is a 2-4-4 trade in favor of Geek Fam as they regain control in the 11th minute of the game, taking everything back from themselves, denying Bigatron Alpha of every single opportunity.
Man, a secret weapon. The final solution for Geek Fam. He's just playing it absolutely amazing right now, being relatively untouched in all of these fights. And that's due to his skill, but also due to the planning of Geek Fam, exhausting the majority of the spells from Bigachon Alpha for Marky to just walk in, basically on a red carpet, unchallenged, untouched, and Bigachon Alpha, they're stuck right now. Geek Fam, if they're able to just out-macro Bigachon Alpha earlier, now with the Lord, it's gonna be even worse than before.
We talked about this, right? We talked about the winning conditions of both of these teams. Bigatron Alpha required snowballing. They needed to gain control of that early to mid-game and eventually end it early. With Geek Fam at 7K now, and they're the ones controlling the tempo, the map, and everything else. This is exactly not what Bigatron Alpha needed at this point. So at this stage, what do Bigatron do as Geek Fam, they're knocking on the base?
Super Ken poked. Baser should be the target here. So Rizzo still has a Viraga. It seems like Baser in the bottom lane will be taken out now as the top is quite free. But now Bigatron will defend in time. Geek Fam with that Lord push, with the first Lord, they were able to find one Baser.
So for now, Bigatron Alpha, the only option they have is to just kite back, use the speed that they have, the holy healing from the Rafaela, and really outmaneuver Geek Fam. If they can try and initially escape from the penalty zone, hide away from it, heal back, and then come back and use their spells proactively to try and zone Marky away. I think that's the only way this really plays out in favor of Bigatron. Geek Fam, though, have so many ways to ensure that that will not happen. They can go and start the engage first, they can buy some time with Beloyski yet again, or they can just rely on Marky to just start juking around. Because if you look at the spells from Bigatron Alpha, there's not a lot of real threat that can really shut Marky down. No real crowd control that will seal his fate in the middle of a big team fight.
056 on Beloyski. That's his KDA right now. 056 and no problem whatsoever. Because if we're looking at the kill count, the kill board, sure, Bigatron Alpha has been able to get 8 kills, but look at who it's been on. Luke twice, Beloyski 5, Nile once. So the two core members, the two core damage dealers of Geek Fam, for the most part, have remained completely untouched. A boy 504, Marky 306.
Look at the gold chart by UBS Gold. Geek Fam's members are all the way up there, and this is reminiscent of something that Professor KB and Mirko likes to mention, the ATM meta. Keep dying, let the opponents get some kind of bounty, and then collect. I'm not saying Geek Fam are doing it, but it's kind of playing a bit of a role right here. As look at Geek Fam now, setting up again for the Lord by waiting on the other side of the map first initially, and then later on running down full speed and taking the Lord, forcing Bigatron Alpha yet again into a very tough situation.
14 minutes and 8,000 gold lead here. It is very, very tough for Bigatron to turn this game around, but perhaps with this fight they look to turn things around. Now a boy, no black shoes caught. Flickers out of the way, but take a look at the coordination. Bang, bang, bang. Super Key falls Shive as well, and that is 2 members from Bigatron Alpha 3, mind you. Taken out. Geek Fam, they will look for the end. 5 members against Sorizo and Ken. Can they do it? Sorizo, no last insanity. The Raga armor though will be chunked. Now, Ken, will he rotate towards the mid minions? But no, the bottom now, jumping in. Geek Fam have enough resources to end the game. Let's see it. Super Ken waiting. Key, 5 seconds, but it seems like the time will not be enough. Geek Fam secures game 2.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to match points between Geek Fam and Bigatron Alpha. What a display once again by Geek Fam.
Bigatron Alpha thought that they were the intelligent ones. They are the ones with machine-like precision. But Geek Fam once again reminds them that the rulers of the machines are the humans.
What in the world is this match? For the most part, for what we've seen in the regular season, Geek and Bigatron, I thought this would be a closer game, the closer match. But Geek Fam, they've been destroying the red robots, destroying the Terminators. This is a Bigatron that was once given the title PH Slayers. And this is what we're seeing. This is the competitive level from Geek Fam that we're seeing, the improvement from Geek Fam that we're seeing.
You know what this proves? This proves that Beloyski is now officially an Indonesian. But the PH Slayers are powerless right here. So that's we're officially claiming him, technically. But yes, Bigatron, completely powerless, and the Baxia, the early game rotation that they've always had as their main weapon, were just completely destroyed, dismantled by Geek Fam. Not a single screw left unscrewed.
Man, what a game. I did not expect that fight to be that crucial, to be quite honest with you. But then again, 3 members taken now, mainly the damage dealers, the wave clearers. They saw that small opening, not even a small opening, a big opening to end that game. And Geek Fam seized it, right? They cleared mid. They also, the wave bottom lane is actually favoring their side. So at one moment, it was a 2-wave pushing to the side of Bigatron's base. And there you go. GG.
There you go, GG. GG for a boy as well as a player of the game by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Not a single life was given that day. 605 KDA, untouched, 73% KP. And I just don't understand a boy. I just don't understand. I don't know how a person can improve this much. Whether he be given the Faramis, whether he be given the Valentina, whether he be given something even like the Angela or the Lilia. This boy, this man.
A man.
This man, that Mirko likes to put it, has just... He's astounded me, man.
I think we initially saw his arrival in MPLI, if I'm not mistaken. That's where we see the huge spike and improvement that boosted Geek Fam straight to the grand finals of MPLI last year. So I think this man, since his arrival, he's already been performing, but now even more so when his team can really keep up with the plays, keep up with the mental gymnastics that he's doing in the Land of Dawn. Now let's take a look at some of the highlights right here. One of the earlier fights, and with the level advantage, with the crowd control, with the Akai, Geek Fam were able to get control in the early game, traded for some kills, but that's about it. Look at Beloyski, every single time, wasting a lot of time, and then because of that, in these fights, Geek Fam are always the ones in the right place at the right time, and Luke is always on point with that penalty zone, man.
I think that last bait from a boy was really just the nail in the coffin for Bigatron Alpha. I hope we get to see that whole replay again. This actually, a similar thing happens here, and this is what I'm trying to say. The chemistry that Geek Fam have been able to build this season has just been so insane. That instant follow-up with a heavy spin coming in from Nile, as well as the penalty zone from Luke. What coordination is that? How are they the same person at this point?
It's a completely different situation, man. I don't think you can really count them as the same. You have to really take a look at the improvements and how much different and what you need to adjust. And with Geek Fam, it's always about the positioning and how they move in a fight. That seems to be their main weapon all the way since last season. And even here, you can see that when they know that there's a front to back that Big Vision Alpha wants to maintain, that's where they go for the flanks. They target Super Key, they target Sibe, and they're never given the same kind of freedom that Marky is able to have in the middle of these fights on the other side of the opposition.
Oh my, yeah, this was the massive opening there. They seized it. Do you think that that game could have gone either way in a sense where late game, actually Bigatron Alpha has a huge chance in winning the game, or even in the late game, you still favor the comp of Geek Fam?
I think there is a chance, but it is a lot smaller in my opinion. Like we said, Geek Fam has so many more tools to work around with. Big Vision Alpha, the best they can do is rely on Geek Fam over chasing. That's where the Lilia becomes so much more dangerous, hiding back with the Angry Glooms. That's where the Raphaela can provide movement speed. That's where the continuous damage from the X-Borg and the Turtles Prisons from the Boxer can really get value. But when you get just locked into a fight in one area, how can you compete with the penalty zone, the AoE splash from the heavy crossbow, the heavy spin, and Valentina on the boy with these items, man. Even the Holy Crystal, that's a lot of damage, especially if you're in the back line.
A lot of burst, a lot of burst. Well, I mean, technically, we talked about this in the draft, right, Arashi and Eterna, where Bigatron, they sacrificed crowd control for slows.
For speed.
For speed, for slows, but they sacrificed the crowd control, which actually Geek Fam, they have exploited in their composition, you're right.
Absolutely. Especially with the Aerithel on a sprint. Marky was just so confident here, not really feeling the threat. Look at the emblems. Usually you see some kind of tenacity, some kind of utility or defensive emblem. He went for weapon mastery. He knows that it's all about scaling. He's gonna get those items, and once he does, he is aggressively just punishing Big Vision Alpha, and they did not get a single neutral objective in this game. And look at the stats, Super Marino and Super Kia, 100%. That on one hand, it means that they are proactive, that's great, but it also means that without them, none of the kills were even possible.
You're right, you're right. And again, Marky dealt the most damage in this game. First game, he was on the Bruno. This game, you know what? I'm feeling the Aerithel. I like the Aerithel. I will deliver with the Aerithel. And there you go, 111,000 again? Wasn't it 111,000 earlier?
I mean, I think it kind of was. Somewhere around that area. But Marky on the Aerithel, I think it's no longer, oh, he has to prove himself. No, he has proven himself. This man on the Aerithel needs to be respected. It's only about whether or not teams can find a solution or just deal with it. Because, man, it's hard to kill. It does so much damage. What more do you need from a gold laner? It's so good.
Nothing.
Nada.
Nada. Nada. When we went into this match,
yes,
the casters were like, what's the better key? Is it Key or Marky?
As of yet, one key has proven its worth.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
And it is.
scores speak for themselves.
The scores speak for themselves.
All right, Goni, being a bit cryptic, I like it. Showing some personality, some
It is
mystery.
not cryptic at all, but I love that. Thank you.
Okay. And before we get into the final game, okay, sorry, we're not allowed to say that.
Whoa.
We're not allowed to say that.
Match
I'm
point,
sorry.
though.
Before we get into the match point, well, we already have match point, so I can't say that.
Before what is
The
potentially...
possible.
Yes.
The potential last game of this best of 5 series. We are going to head to a short break. So ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. Stay there. Stay tuned because we'll be right back.
FLB.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh.
The classic man versus machine trend continues here, ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to enter game number 3 between the Geeks as well as a Bigatron Alpha, the Terminators, the PH Slayers, the PH Mukbangers. Okay, that got a little bit.
Whoa.
Sorry.
But then again,
Moreno said it, okay?
Moreno said it, but then again, going up against 2 PH players. That seems like it overwhelmed them for now.
Shows again that they are not PH, they are Indonesia now.
Well, arguably 3.
Oh.
If, you know.
I know.
Are we allowed to
I think if you know,
talk
you
about
know.
it?
But
If you know, you know.
But moving on.
All right, but moving on, because you guys need to move on to the best in the business. You guys need to move on to Telkomsel and Dunia Games, because you got to catch this out, right? Because if you guys understand, you guys can get so much value. 3 gigabytes data quota for free for every in-game purchase that you utilize, as long as you use the Dunia Games app. And all you need to do is download the app, or you guys can scan the QR code down below
There.
here to check it out.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, check it out, right? Or if you want, again, to check out the site, duniagames.co.id. But man, what Marky has showed in that first 2 games, that's a perfect way to invest in gold.
Yeah, because he's a gold laner. And we need to follow the trend. We need to follow in the footsteps of Marky, the solution. All right, we need to follow up with UBS Gold. Ladies and gentlemen, the UBS Gold X MPL ID Season 12 X Mobile Legends Bang Bang collaboration product is now available. Starting from 500,000 rupiah, you guys can get a free MLBB Hero skin. All you need to do is head over to the venue, check it out yourselves. But for those of you who are at home watching, you guys can go to ubslifestyle.com and the UBS Lifestyle e-commerce. Don't miss out, it's limited edition and it's selling like hotcakes. There was actually a collaboration with RRQ.
Okay.
Do you guys know the collaboration with... You should know.
The coin?
Yes! They sold the coin. As soon as they announced it, sold out.
Wow. I mean, are you surprised?
Arashi bought 50 coins, by the way.
Also, that's why it's
we
sold
don't
out.
talk about that.
Arashi, you know, I really wanted one.
We can make something work. We can make something work.
You guys know about the RRQ coin thing, right?
Yes.
I hope you guys know. Because you gotta know.
You have to know.
You have to know.
It's complete value, and if you're talking about value, you gotta talk about blee blee. Because if your skill is on, your skin should also be on. It gets you wins 100%. That's why all the pro players use skins, and you can play with more confidence. is use Bleebly to purchase game vouchers and a top up and top up more efficiently with a 10% cashback. You get the UBS value, you get the Bleebly value. Yep. You're gonna be as rich as Wolf in no time.
Wolf
Wolf, the richest caster.
He is the richest caster.
There are actually a lot of fun activities that you guys can participate in at the venue. So you guys might want to come over to check it out. And I love offline events because of that. And luckily for us, finally, we get an offline MPLI event as well.
Hey!
Yes, it's perfect.
Oh.
The first time in MPLI history, offline event, and it's going to be in Indonesia. So don't forget to grab your tickets as soon as possible because they are going to be selling out. Ladies and gentlemen, do it now. You don't want to miss out. You want to see Arashi? Buy the tickets.
Yeah, you're right.
Now.
Where do we get our tickets, Eterna?
At the website over there. oneesports.gg/MPLI-2023. Because that is this year.
That is
This is the year.
Last year was 2022.
Yes, we have to make sure that we make that clear because LaFell, sometimes he misses out on years. He's really bad with years. For a moment, he thought that this was 2024.
I thought this was 2021.
Well, you and LaFell have something in common. Maybe you need 2 watches like he does, man. Make sure you get the 3-day pass though for MPLI, so you don't have to worry about the time and all that. Just keep going every single day as much as possible.
Plus, you guys can get on-stage photos.
Oof!
With that.
That is
a
privilege.
That is a privilege.
For your social media, man. Flex.
I think the stage is gonna be cool.
But again, Eterna, Arashi, 1 more point, and we will see Geek Fam in M5.
If they win. Well, 1 more point means they will win, yes. I have now just understood the problem with that
do you
statement.
need water?
Yes.
You need some point coffee?
I might need
Arashi.
something to wake me up. Man,
Go
the
to
game.
Indomart.
Nah, man, the game will be enough. Let's go straight into the drafting phase, ladies and gentlemen. But what is potentially the last game? The Bigatron first pick now. Yet another switch.
Another switch, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the drafting phase of game number 3. Again, from side of Bigatron Alpha. A small change. Abaxia is going to be respect banned this time around to prevent Nile from just spinning out of control. Meanwhile, from Geek, Joy, and Fanny.
Will they go and prioritize the Valentina again? But with the red side being Geek Fam, yeah, Angela now is open, right, Bigatron? They should deny that pick, but no, they will still prioritize the Valentina over the Angela. Now, to accompany the Angela, I expect an Irithel pick here for Geek Fam.
Irithel pick? Why not, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it is something we repeat a lot in the English desk. And especially for Geek Fam, they dare to go up against Onyx with the same composition 5 times. If they have won with the Irithel, there's no reason at all to change that. And with the Angela still open, why not pick it up as well?
Irithel, Angela is what I expect, but now with the response here, what should be the response of Bigatron after Terizla is a hero?
Guys?
That is still very, very reliable.
Rafaela is still open. We'll see.
Oh, wow.
So
Okay.
Irithel gonna be left open here. They go for Angela, but they go for Fredrin instead. And so that actually leaves the Irithel open up for Bigatron Alpha to pick up themselves, and with an addition of a Lancelot. 3823296 is the total damage dealt by a boy throughout MPL Indonesia Season 12, and makes a boy the top 1 total damage dealt?
Wow.
Wait, this is... Wait, this is including gold laners too?
I believe so.
What?
He is out damaging gold laners as a mid lane.
Insane.
It's the Valentinas and Faramis's, man. He always gets the highest damage in game on those 2 heroes. And maybe that's why Bigatron keeps picking this Valentina. They do want to pick it for themselves. They can copy the hard guard. But at the same time, they would hate to let a boy get his hands on that pesky hero.
Okay, let's see here. I did not expect the Claw to pick here, but it seems like Geek Fam, what they are doing is they want to secure a hero for Marky first before entering the second phase. Now, with this, they should limit K.
Sand rises when
But
I give
no.
the word.
They're limiting the EXP lane instead.
Yeah, the reason.
Because part of the reason why that game was working out so well for them was Luke. I do imagine that the Yuzong now ban away in case the Angela wants to be comboed together. But I think the Terizla will not make it out as well. Especially because I think Bigatron gets the first pick here. Hey, hang on, no. Geekfan will get the first pick, so I think Terizla is in the minds of Bigatron. For Geek, I think Khalid was the only pesky hero.
I am the power of light incarnate.
Turns out it's gonna be the Kaja denying the pickoffs from the side of Bigatron.
So does this mean they want to go for an X-board Terizla trade here, especially with the Uranus being banned out?
I guess.
Would you go for Terizla or would you go for X-board?
With this comp, I would go for Terizla. Dive with Claude, hard guard as well, adds more depth, adds more layer to their composition. And I feel like Terizla is somewhat more versatile to compare it to the other, that is X-Borg.
X-Borg and Terizla, both good utility. I think X-Borg does a bit more damage. It's a bit more damage oriented. I think Terizla though, especially with the playstyle of Geek, will be important. And the combo of a Fredrin and a Terizla, it's deadly, man. Either one can really engage surprisingly, but no. It's not a Terizla, it's gonna be the Edith. Geek fam going for the long drawn out composition, having a lot more DPS on two members now.
And mind you, Eterna, Arashi, this Angela still can be flexed,
Exactly,
right?
that's what I was trying to figure out.
Yeah, mid lane Angela makes sense. Again, with the items, he is very well. She is an item-dependent hero, so mid lane still, they can pull it off.
And that means that Edith is also a flex pick. EXP or Roam, is it going to be Beloyski using the Edith, or will it be Luke?
Well, for once, Bigatron Alpha are kind of stumped right here. This is the maneuver they usually pull off against their opponents, making them guess. But denying Terizla, getting a strong front line, and getting for a Diggy though. Denying Geek Fam their reliable engage. The thing is, with this composition, it doesn't seem very engage heavy. They can very easily go for something a bit more macro heavy, use the Angela. They can go for flanks as well. I don't think the Diggy is as value as you would think, unless the idea is to use the traps to deny Beloyski the surprise element.
That's what I was thinking too, right? Map visibility. That's what Diggy offers other than, of course, anti-CC. So that's something that they need to consider. And also, it will help Iritel in lane against the Claude. So how do Geek sum it up? Do they leave Edith for Roam? Oh, there you go. That's the direct answer. They go for the Lapu Lapu. They double down on CC. They double down on Lockdown, completely ignoring the Diggy pickup.
No, yeah, they are trying to overwhelm the time journey. And according to the draft index here, wow, crowd control still in favor of Geek Fam.
It's definitely a lot of crowd control, a lot more combos. Technically, if they want to use things together as well. The Lapu Lapu though, it's not only about that crowd control, it's also about the damage. We've seen yesterday that one of the ways that Geek Fam were able to actually deny the backline, right? Using this Lapu Lapu on Luke. And with the right emblems, with more penetration maybe, as LaFell likes to remind us, this Lapu Lapu can definitely perform like an assassin that's still very durable and difficult to handle.
So here we are, ladies and gentlemen. It's do or die. We are moments away of entering the Land of Dawn for potentially the last game if Geek Fam can get another point over the Red Robots. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 3. The Geeks versus the Red Robots in what appears to be a high-staked match.
Prepare your brooms, because it might be a sweep. Bigatron Alpha, Geek Fam, let's see.
An uncharacteristic situation right here. The machines just fighting for survival against the mere mortals. Geek Fam has made it happen before. Can they do again a dominant performance? But looking at the movements here, Beloyski on the Edith, that's definitely a bit more difficult for Bigatron Alpha to work with, right? Always having to keep in mind the potential for a big engage happening in a split second.
Now, terrified, but it seems like a boy will still be A-okay. Now let's see here, 3 flickers from right and 3 flickers as well from the left side of the team. Very equal, I might say.
They have the sprints on both the gold laners as well, but look at Geek Fam. Firmness on 3 members, tenacity on 2. That's a lot of defensive stats. Marky is going to focus on not getting taken out, but look at that.
Good pull, good kill as well. The gold laner will have the first blood at 200 gold cashed in.
That's a good way to begin the series for Bigatron Alpha. I was really worried about their mentality, their mental state, and their confidence coming in already at 2-0 against Geek Fam, but it looks like they're still in it to win it. And the thing that I was really concerned about with the Edith pick is that Boloyski, he roams around a lot, but wait a second.
Oh, very good crowd control chain, though he still has the sprint and will be fine.
Back to that point of Boloyski, right? Edith is not the most mobile hero in the game. So what he was able to achieve in game number 2 is not the exact same impact that we'll see here in game number 3. And it looks like he's a little bit more focused on the babysit in the gold lane.
Gonna be a bit more straightforward for sure, but look at the bravest fighter.
Okay, prematurely perhaps. Now with the help of the hard guard, now will try to make him sustain a bit. But take a look at the damage. It will come through and finds the kill here by Superkin. The backside though, it will be a boy finding Sorizo. Turtle now wide open. Let's see, Superkin now jumps in. Good terrify on towards Nile, but oh, good retry. Now Superkin caught in that fight, but no, the damage will not be enough, but with the flicker, a boy secures the kill. Super Moreno now, very aggressive, flickers out of the way as Sorizo jumps in the fray, and that is it, a 2-for-2.
Nile just coming out on top yet again. He's in a fighter to assassin matchup, but it doesn't even matter. He might be the chosen one as the bot lane. 1v2 for Marky.
The solution under pressure. It's still okay though, Boloyski jumps in, another Filipino to help his teammate. But it seems like no, they will not engage in business just yet.
That's a small power spike there from Shive. Picking up the Has Claws in that gold lane, it should help Shive sustain a little bit more in these 2v2 fights, where most of the action is actually centered. Why is it that in this game, that's what we're seeing?
Where is it centered?
Gold lane.
The gold lane, I think it's because it's that volatile. We've seen the Irithel being so deadly in the hands of Marky. Sive can do the exact same thing. He's being babysat by the Diggy as well, but Boloyski.
Good catch. Good pull as well. Superkin understands that he's a Lancelot. Very hard to catch a Lancelot.
Gotta say though that Boloyski has been so much more active around the map. The Super Key, he's stuck in this lane, and yet Sive still has not been able to get a big win in this lane. While Boloyski has been all over the place, starting their engages, getting skirmishes done for his team, and I think that's a big difference that Geek Fam is taking advantage of.
Uh-oh. Okay, because you can imagine that Irithel against a Claude might find difficulty, especially after level 4, so don't blame why Super Key is centering his focus so much here. And I think Geek Fam, they understand this, they recognize this. They're looking for a rotational direction into the bottom lane, looking for a pick. They don't get it just yet. They're looking for a way to set up properly for this next crucial objective, especially understanding that both Superkin and Nile are at level 7, so it's 50-50.
Okay, let's see though, right? Now, Turtle, 4,000. Oh, let's see Retribution.
Oh!
No! Neither! Super Key finds it. Penalty zone popped as well. Now, Blazing the Wet, no damage, but it will be enough to take Super Key down. Super Reno, the next target, no commitment to Loiski. With the passive, he's able to survive as Sorizo kited and taken down. Chive, the next target, is a 3-man taken out by the side of Geek Fam.
3-4-1. You would say Bigatron Alpha still was able to secure the turtle in this early game. And what does this mean for us as wait, Superkin?
He's fast. He's okay. But take a look at the rotation. Yeah, he will have enough resources to have space.
Oh, look at Nail though, moving straight towards the opposing jungle. Superkin will be denied this purple, but he is not letting it go without a fight. But in the bottom side, Luke!
With the solo kill.
Still going.
And with no support, Chive, he is a little bit vulnerable, but take a look at the structure here. Top lane, it will be the first structure to fall.
Again, right? Bigatron Alpha, they're losing on the macro play from Geek Fam. Geek Fam, they've been able to find a lot of just trays over the map. Top lane are going to be taken down by Marky of all people. That you don't want to see scale, that you don't want to see snowball. At this point, he's sitting 1-1-1. A level or an XP lead against Shive. And I'm wondering what the gold difference between both of these gold laners are, because that will be very interesting to see. And another structure!
Wow, all structures falling down. And Marky, on that point, the turner has finished the golden staff at 6 minutes, more or less. As you said, gold difference right here by Ube as gold. Taking a look at the gold in particular, it's a 1k gold difference. So Sive is still very much in the game. He has damage, but you can't say the same for the rest of his team. Everyone's still ever so slightly behind, and 2k gold is enough to be a big problem. And I think GeekFam, the big win for them here is being able to dictate when they want to take fights. Usually we see them fighting near the neutral objectives, but we've seen them fight away from it when it's necessary. The same can't be said for Bigatron. They're only fighting in the neutral objective, and Beloyski.
Well, it seems like the turtle fight will be to the side of GeekFam. Superkin now the next target. Now let's see, the damage will come through. Time Journey pops as well. Purple buff though, controlled by the side of GeekFam. No response whatsoever as the Lancelot rotates towards the bot side of the map.
Who got purple?
Moreno.
That's not the best scenario for Superken, is it not?
I think, unfortunately, the Appraiser's Wrath from Nail didn't land. I think the buff went a bit too close and it wasn't the right angle. I don't think we'll see a replay of it, but the point is, Moreno is the one with the purple and not Superken though, so he will be a bit more limited. He's only level 10, but so is Nail. So despite all the setbacks, Superken still showing that he is in it to win it and keeping up with the level curve.
Despite the 3k gold lead that GeekFam have amassed from the first minute of the game, we're now entering number 8. Nile though.
Super King popped to a half HP. Good pull as well. Oh, Terzla, everything. Hard guard will not save his life as a boy will flicker out of the way. In the backside, the solution will not find a kill as he was taken down. Now take a look at Luke. Flickers out of the way, but 4 members will be able to shut him down. Double kill for Shiva.
A little bit overconfident from GeekFam. Losing 3 members in trade of 1, that is definitely not worth it for them, as that 2k gold lead has now shrunk to 1k and falling.
I do wonder if there's a bug though, because earlier I can clearly see the Appraiser's Wrath slam right onto Super Key, but it didn't do any damage. Maybe we'll see a bit more in the replays, but losing 3 members, trying to save the failed play from Nile. Let's take a look at the instant replay right here. In the beginning, Nile getting caught out here, turns it around, tries to go with the Appraiser's Wrath. Oh, we're not gonna see it. Marky though takes multiple turret shots in order to try and equalize. That is not ideal. Not the calculated approach that GeekFam requires. And now the goal difference has been equalized. Not the end of the story, not the end of the game for both teams, but Bigatron Alpha that's definitely a moment that they really needed.
Certainly. Look at that gold lead just completely shift back and forth now between both of the teams. Whatever GeekFam has been able to amass has instantly been taken out. The good thing is, all the while, despite Marky being taken down as well, he was still able to get another structure in the top side. So that's another thing that Bigatron Alpha needs to worry about. Wave clear, wave management. They're going to be forced to deal with that top lane as both of these teams are going to be dancing around the Lord. One thing to note is Superken is now 2 levels ahead of Nile.
Nile, though, finds the taunt. Good crowd control chain now as they collapse. Bravest Fighter now blows the chunk to a very low HP, but no, he will not survive. Time Journey popped as well. Blazing Duet from the solution does not find the mark, but there you go. Super Key falls, and it will be 2 roamers now taken out. Let's see in the bottom lane of the map now, Luke and Sorizo going at it. Sorizo very low, but what the heck, off-camera kill! It's Chive taking out Luke! Flickers on the lane, survives! Now he wants, and he fights the outplay! Superken taken out as well, as that is 4 members from Bigatron out of the game.
GeekFam! GeekFam, GeekFam, GeekFam! How do they find these moments? Ladies and gentlemen, all members from the side of Bigatron Alpha taken now 1 by 1. GeekFam have gained control. A Lord is on the way. 3 lanes are pushing. Everyone was able to create their own outplays in a very scrappy team fight.
If you haven't been looking at Luke, you definitely are now. Looking at the in-game equipment by Dunia Games. Luke with the Bloodlust Axe was able to buy so much time, turn it around and even survive. As you mentioned, Eterna, with the Lord coming in, Geek Fam now, with the tools that they have, could go for a dangerous play. Big John Alpha are forced to try and clear, but they have very limited tools. Let's see how they go about it as Geek Fam make their move.
Can the red robots defend the hack? Ooh, Super Ken jumps in. Hard guard already popped. The base hurt in the top side will not be alive. Taken out here. Luke, bravest fighter for a defensive maneuver. Now, focus down on towards the mid and the bot. As it seems like Geek Fam, they fail to manipulate the waves, and it will be the one baser top side taken out.
Yeah, that's still something that they can work with, right? One inhibitor turret, and unfortunately for Bigatron Alpha, that inhibitor turret is in the far lane, in the top side, as that Lord is going to be spawning in the bottom.
Let's take a look at this replay though. Luke against Super Sorizo. Moreno comes in, but it just wasn't enough. The flicker right here. No, sorry, the dash, and then the awareness to land the skills on the minion, and surprising Sorizo with that turn. While that was happening, CB got picked up as well. But man, everyone has been talking about how Sorizo is so consistent, so good, especially in the 1v1s. Luke says, hey, there's a new contender in town. You talk about macro plays, micro 1v1s too. We're here for everything. Luke at Luke.
Look at me. Look at Luke. Amazing. What in the world was that play? Because I bought so much time for the entire team fight to occur. Meanwhile, Marky was also doing his job, being able to take out Shive, of all people. And then Super Ken was caught in a 1v3 situation that he, unfortunately, even on the Lancelot, was unable to get out of. And that gold just swung like a pendulum in favor of Geek Fam, now sitting at 5k in the 12th minute of the game.
That's a very important point. The fact that Sive on an Irithel, we've talked about how effective, how safe this pick is, and somehow in that fight where the bulk of the crowd controls and ultimates have been flying around already, he got picked off. That is definitely a mistake. We didn't see it because it wasn't on camera, but it's a big factor. And if Big John Alpha wants to try and win it and extend this to a full game series, he needs to shape up. He needs to stay safe enough to output that damage because no one else on the team will be able to.
Because that was supposed to be Bigatron Alpha's word to win. Remember before it even begun, I mentioned that Nile was 2 levels below of Super Ken, and yet Geek Fam found that opening. We'll see now as both of these junglers are now at level 15. 50-50. It really depends on the setup coming in. But like I mentioned earlier, right? Because of that inhibitor turret taken down from Bigatron Alpha in that top side, they're going to have to deal with it. Geek Fam have a better route, have a better positioning, have a better setup coming into this Lord.
And the big thing about Bigatron Alpha is the fact that you're using Super Key as a vision tool still, which is why earlier he's forced to burn the flicker because Beloisi was just barreling straight at him with the conceal. That being a factor now, Geek Fam make their move.
Sorizo defensive flicker popped. Oh, take a look at this. Marky with the blazing duet, but the penalty zone was massive. No follow-up though. Super Ken in the backside trying to deal damage, but no, will not be enough now. The collapse has collapsed, but one man will fall. So Moreno here flickers out of the way. It will be Sorizo now, the sole casualty from that fight. Now look, finds the huge play, but though he will be taken out as well. A 2-for-1, that is more than enough space for Geek Fam to find the Lord.
Uncontested! An uncontested Lord take from Geek Fam behind the back play coming in from Luke.
We can say that last play was unnecessary, but I think for Luke it was, man. It's to send a message, to instill fear in the hearts of Bigatron Alpha that the Lapu Lapu is always lurking in the sidelines. If we take a look at the items though, Wind of Nature for both the gold laners will give them a bit more output potential. Keep in mind that in the previous team fight, Marky was taken quite low despite the hard guard. With one more item, perhaps that will be enough damage for Geek Fam to miscalculate. And if Marky gets taken out, what can Geek Fam do without the key?
That's definitely way more value for Shive as well, the WON. Realizing that most of the brunt of the damage coming from Marky is from the Blazing Duet, one skill. If he uses it first, wait a minute, Super Ken?
Potentially the final push of the series, ladies and gentlemen. Geek Fam, they're taking this one slow. Mid lane base turret will be the target though. Now Super Ken looking to fast clear, good movements. But it seems like Geek Fam, they were not ready to pull the trigger just yet.
They couldn't find an opening. They couldn't find an opening, and technically Bigatron Alpha has good wave clear, right? Coming in from Shive, coming in from the Valentina as well as Super Ken. There's no range, but
oh, this might be a mistake. Super Ken though, with the flashy hands, he still be able to escape that one.
He didn't get the buff though.
The buff was denied,
Yeah.
unfortunately. Now for Geek Fam, Niall is just waiting around, looking for a chance to do something. Marky has the Athena shield as a countermeasure for Moreno. It seems like with the bot wave, they're trying to make something happen, but will it be allowed by Bigatron?
Marky covered with the hard guard, not committed just yet though. And Bigatron Alpha, they have defended the mid and the bottom lane turret. So they're still A-okay.
Well, now at 16, 17 minutes, it's a bit past the late game mark we talk about. And now the gold difference is going to be different. It's going to be less relevant in these situations. It only comes down to the execution and the positioning, especially in a big fight. And for Geek Fam, they have a bit of an advantage because of that pushing wave on the top side due to the base turret getting taken down. So Bigatron Alpha, that is a problem for them, but maybe they can use that to try and subvert the expectations of Geek Fam, right? Lay a trap for them where they least expect it.
I'm just so not used to seeing this Bigatron Alpha, Arashi. Like you mentioned about the turret coming off in the top side. And usually that's what Bigatron Alpha does to their opponents. They're usually the ones that are very intelligent, especially coming into playoffs. Not really referring to regular season, but in the playoffs, it felt like their macro was down to the T. But against Geek Fam, it looks like Geek Fam has outsmarted them a lot of the times. And now, with Luke way there in the top side, they're going to be able to control that top lane, force Shive to handle it. And as soon as they see that, Geek Fam will go for yet another team fight that they will eventually win. How do they break out from this format?
They just have to go and get some vision first initially, because now Beloyski once again finds the Terizla.
They're looking for the collapse and the all-in as well. Super Sorizo taking the chunk of the damage, but in the backside now, Super Ken, isolated. Oh, he might be caught, but oh my lord, he survives.
He does, he survives, he gets out, but remember he's low, and he's being chased down by 2 men. Meanwhile,
Niall finds the Lord now, time journey popped as well, so Rizzo though will handle 4 members of Geek Fam with backside, and of course will lose his immortality. Now let's see the damage. Oh! Aloyski falls as Shive finds a positioning to free hit. Now he's gonna be the main target, he's gonna be taken down 1-for-1, but then again Geek Fam has the Lord.
Has the Lord, and Bigatron Alpha had to lose their main damage dealer. They lost Shive. They lost their source of damage, the way that they were supposed to defend this. 30 seconds left on the clock. Bigatron Alpha, they need to figure out a way to delay this. Otherwise, this just might be the end.
They're gonna try their best, but now, Geek Fam, make your move, Gunny!
Is this the final push? Mid-base turret taken out. Bottom now still stands, but it seems like Geek Fam will be satisfied with just 2. So Rizzo jumps in, the damage will come through the time journey to give extra sustainability. Damage here will not be enough as the Lord now taken care of. Mid-wave jumps in, cleared the base, not that exposed though, so Rizzo try to hold on as Niall will be the first one to fall in this fight. Marky very low, taken down, and the robots, they live to fight another day.
There is a reason why they are the robots. There is a reason why they are called the Terminators, the AI, artificial intelligence. Against all odds, they were able to stave out that aggression, only limiting their casualty to that inhibitor turret in the mid side.
Geek Fam is way too overzealous. And you know what they say about the Terminators, man? They will be back. And here, they're gonna be pushing with 5 members. And there's 15 seconds until Nail comes back. Bigatron Alpha wants to get a base turret.
Super Ken jumps in now. Will look for an escape. Oh, good. The penalty zone now. Beloyski and friends. Oh, the scatter.
Wow.
Super Ken finds a shutdown as well. Super Moreno with the kill. 3 men now taken out. No, let's see 2. 3 members of Geek Fam defending. But it seems like now Bigatron will go and will not be greedy. They are in this.
Listen to the crowd, ladies and gentlemen, at Mahaka Square, Jakarta, Indonesia. Both of these teams are fighting for their lives. And the difference now is both of these teams, their bases are wide open. Bigatron Alpha look for another engage.
Yeah, Bravest Fighter as well as the penalty zone loop now will not survive. Killing spree for Super Ken. Marky will fall as well as Bigatron Alpha will force the series on towards the game 4.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 4. What a comeback by the Red Robots. Already cornered down 2-0 against the Geeks. They have come back, they have reset, and they're looking to look for a reverse sweep.
They say a cornered animal will bite, but apparently the machines do as well. Turning it around, finding the right moment to just completely demolish Geek Fam, and they were powerless without a full composition. The death timers in the late game was just too much. And can see the looks of disappointment, the discussions happening for Geek Fam, and the celebration for Bigatron.
They overextended. They were too keen on ending the game that they made that mistake. They made that error in the base.
They got a little bit greedy towards the end there. Towards near the end, cost them 2 members, which again, momentum is a very, very important factor in the game, which it led to Bigatron having the momentum. Suddenly, they made a mistake while defending as well. They were a little bit too overextended. And yeah, they got punished hard.
It's ironic. It's ironic because Beloyski was previously known as Greed. And that's what kind of was a kryptonite to Geek Fam in that particular game. Wow.
I guess Mirko said it, and so now the Caster Curse just has to go in full effect. Geek Fam greeted for it and paid the price. The banner that says win or go home, so the audience knows exactly what is up.
Water is wet as well, Rashi.
What is what?
Water is wet as well.
Absolutely.
Is it?
Science is fascinating.
Anyway, what a game. What a game, and how quickly does the entire situation just switch on the back of a wrong call. Because previously, it felt quite back and forth towards that early, towards that mid-game. Eventually, one team fight gave Geek Fam the entirety of the tempo, the control, and just with that one mistake happening, Bigatron Alpha were able to stay composed to win that series and force a game number 3 under Geek Fam. I love this. I love it. I love how competitive it is. And we got to give it to Super Ken, man. Player of the game by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. I was so surprised because at some point I felt like he was dealing so much damage. But looking at his item build, is this not hybrid? Is this not tank?
It's hybrid, but it's a bit more damage than usual, right? Of course, the Sky Garden helmet as well as the Cursed helmet, I think those are built in, but he went with a bit more punch with the Thunder Belt, with the Endless Battle as well. That empowered basic attack after every spell is definitely something he used to try and catch the players of Geek Fam off guard. And with the War Axe, it just allows him to be a bit more mobile with the stacks of penetration and movement speed. And he really made full use of it, man, moving around the whole backline of Geek. And he was definitely a big distraction and really threw the plans of Geek Fam for a clean team fight out the window, especially in that final fight. I think they were just really rushing because they have not been able to get a very decisive fight, even though they've been winning again and again at the Lords. It's always been cleared out, and that impatience is what really costed them.
Exactly. I mean, even in this early game, I was so perplexed with everything that was going on. Marquis, at some point, found his moment as well. It felt like Geek Fam played that entire series right until they didn't. I mean, look at this play by Luke. Again, just eyes on the target, target locked. Over and over, he was able to find those perfect just pickoffs in general.
Yeah. It was so unfortunate here. Even at this moment, right, it's still somehow Geek Fam, they have the control after the Lord even, right? After the defense there. But what happened was just the momentum swing in Mobile Legends, it is that crucial.
So quick.
I think the damage as well is so much different. Because for Marky, he can shred down tankier targets, but he isn't really very bursty compared to Stevie. You can see that whenever they're stuck in a bit of a Mexican standoff, when they're both hitting each other, Marky is forced to back away. And in this fight, take a look. The waves get cleared out, and GeekFam seems like they just did not realize it, and they're caught completely out of position. Marky alone there against 3 members should never happen. And it did not happen against Onyx, but today, the robots have caused the Geeks to make a mistake.
Yeah.
And with the death timers so punishing at about 46 seconds, Pikachu Alpha wasted no time at all. Their base attacked by minions, but they knew, they made that AI calculation and end the game before that could happen.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program for the side of Bigatron is still online as we take a look at the itemization here. 21 minutes was the game.
I think that was a bit of an oversight, right? Because technically, I would say that Irithel has a lot more power in the late game as compared to the Claude. And honestly, one of the main factors is Juan.
I guess due to the... Wait, the one?
The wind of nature.
Well, in the pure 1v1, I feel like it's still kind of equal-ish. I think the main damage comes to...
I disagree.
How fast the damage comes out.
It's the burst, right? Irithel has that burst critical. Meanwhile, it takes some time because of the DPS nature of Claude.
It's a lot more
That's why
shred
Irithel
heavy.
is ahead lately.
I believe at one point, there was the wand built by Marky as well. I think he might have switched it out, considering how late the game went. But as you can see, I think Giffen knew in the beginning that it's gonna be a very burst-heavy attack coming from Bigatron, which is why all the emblems are trying to prioritize their survivability, especially with low HP. Turns out in the end, it doesn't really matter. In Bigatron Alpha, I think if you take a look at the damage dealt, the Diggy, I think, is an underrated component of their composition as well. Throwing calculations awry, doing some more damage as well. And when you're defending, a big part of the wave clear is the stacking of those bombs in the base.
We'll take a look at what the stats show us here after everything happened, and it's insane. Again, a Super Ken. How does he do this? Gold, he has the highest gold per minute on the Lancelot.
He's just so active, man. I don't get it either. I feel like CV should have definitely been up here, but I guess he was doing a lot more clearing, right? He is the one that's mobile, and he can't really send CV away from the important areas of the map. So by default, it's either him or Sorizo, usually. But Sorizo's on the Terizla, so there's no way you send him away from the team fights. That's where Super Ken just fills in the gap.
And let's not forget, Marky 3 games in a row got the carry as well with 108,000. This time it was 111,000 in the second game, around 100,000-ish as well on the first game. So that's consistency from the solution.
The consistent solution.
And yet, they still lost, bro.
It shows that it wasn't really on Marky though.
Kind of? I feel like in that last fight,
call was
Marky
it?
getting taken out was definitely a big problem, right?
Bro.
If he was able to survive there, then maybe, at this point it's all maybes, right? But there's a chance that they could have defended that, but then it becomes a big ping pong match from both teams. Not exactly the result that you want. But yes, shout out to Luke as well though, all the way from the beginning, making those outplays happen. What was the end game though? I guess the damage was just too much, or perhaps Bigatron, like AI, just like AI, they were just learning from each fight, and then they just figured out how they want to play around to allow Sibe that space to make damage happen. Because Luke was unable to do that in that final base fight.
Man, if that's true, then we're gonna be expecting a full 5 games here.
I'm all for it.
You're ready?
That's why I'm here.
That's why you're here. I like it. I like the energy. I, like the
A
passion.
clean sweep series.
Neither do I, and I don't think that
Yuck.
is what we should be expecting. I mean, even yesterday, games got so close. I think a day before that, it went all full 10 games of the day. So I'm expecting this to be really close, and finally we're getting to see that come through from Bigatron Alpha coming back. And because it might be, a long series,
Okay.
luckily we got you covered. We got you covered with a grab. Don't forget to utilize a grab. You guys can scan the QR code right down below me over here because you guys can get a 90% discount.
90?
And if you guys want to hop over to the venue as well, because, you know, there's still a lot of time, you can do that. Grab bike, grab car, whatever you want, whatever you desire. 90% discount as well. All you need to do is, once again, scan the QR code right down below me or go to the website grb.to/MPL.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, again, please do check Grab out. Because it's a really wonderful app. Like this next ad by Eterna.
Yeah, OVO. Because right now, OVO is also in collaboration with Grab. I actually went to the booth outside and you guys can actually get a chance to win a lemon jersey.
Lemon
Like
jersey.
a RQ jersey with Lemon's signature on it.
Oh, it's signed.
It's signed.
Wow,
It's
signed.
Yes. So you guys need to come over to the venue and check it out, but also you guys need to check this out as well. Because Arashi will guide you through it.
Say less. I'm gonna be right back.
Okay. Where are you going?
Get the lemon signed shirt.
Not now, buddy. We're in the lower bracket finals,
can't.
bro.
What do you mean?
Maybe if it comes to game 4, we have like a 5-minute break. You can like sprint over there.
If you want to, do it in a suit. I mean, if you want to do that, that's on you. But what's not on you is M5.
But yeah,
M5's not on me,
M5.
Rashi.
The M Series 5th anniversary is an awards event celebrating the best of the best players. So don't forget to show your support for who you think has been the most iconic player so far. You guys can cast your vote because it is going to be opened up until November 4th. Who do you think? Who would you vote for?
That is a very great question, but I would vote Keyboard.
Keyboy. What about you, Arashi?
Ooh, man. I don't know, especially this season. I'm gonna go with the conservative answer and say I'm not sure, there's too many, yada yada yada, and we move on to the next topic, which is
All right.
the next game.
Safe.
Media trained.
Media trained.
Well, the fourth game right here, though, I am expecting a bit more of an adjustment, and I do feel like AI. I mean, we keep saying it. It's thematic as well, but Bigatron, they are a team that really learns from their experiences. So I think with Geek Fam going with the heavy macro approach twice here, I think Bigatron could get a bit of a handle on the situation. And I do believe that the early game at least is going to be a bit closer than the first two games where Bigatron are just defending again and again.
Okay, because that's if we're talking about execution, right? But what about the drafts? If there could be anything done differently, would there be something in relation to that for you?
I believe that the drafts. Well, I personally don't like the Valentina first pick, but I guess Bigatron proved me wrong in this game. Sure, it worked. But I still somehow personally feel that it was a fluke.
What's your beef with Valentina, bro?
I like it, but I don't think it's first pickable. I don't think it's first pick material.
Even against a boy? I mean, I guess it's subjective, right? But I think Coach Aldo is just a bit more concerned. Because remember, a big power of Bigatron, like our token #1 Bigatron fan who's in the audience right here, he says that the 3-man roaming squad, the mid lane jungle and roamer, is one of the main things that allows Bigatron to be so dominant. If they leave a boy with a dominant hero, a comfort hero in the mid lane, I think they're worried that that's gonna make a mess out of their early game plans. By all means, Valentina doesn't really clear waves that fast though. So maybe this adjustment is actually to let go of the Valentina in game number 4.
Let go of it?
Maybe Bigatron will not first pick it. Like Goni mentioned, if they feel like it's not that big of a deterrent.
I guess it depends who gets first pick here.
Well, it's
right?
Geek Fam.
Because Geek Fam have opted to go for first pick instead. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you into the drafting phase of game number 4 with Joy, Fanny taken off the board. Bigatron will respond with a Faramis and a Boxia once again. Not a lot has changed, but I'm wondering if now Geek Fam want to go for a different route here.
Let's see, right? Matilda and as well as Angela is still on the board here. Will both teams just trade it again? Or will they ban out in their last bans in the first phase here, right?
That's an option for sure. I'm concerned more about that gold lane situation though, right? Because I think for the past few games, Geekfam are the ones who've been very prioritized on getting the Irithel.
Yeah.
If possible, right? But they let it go in game 3, and I think that kind of bit them in the back due to the fact that CV was doing so much more damage compared to Marky, the main key to their victory. So I think that's going to be contested a bit more. But the Angela is left open though, so maybe Angeloy will make an appearance again.
I like that you mentioned the Irithel, because in the first game, Irithel was banned.
Yep.
Second game, Geek picked up Irithel, won.
Yep.
Third game, Bigatron picked Irithel, won. So it's going to be very important, but still they completely ignore it. Geek go with the Valentina first pick, and Bigatron very quick with the Irithel and the Angela.
This is what I'm saying, right? You understand that I really don't. Well, this is Ryan McCaster, but yeah, they will trade the Valentina and as well as Angela and Irithel in that first pick. Meanwhile, take a look at this Geek fam. They understand that this Akai is such an expensive pick, but will Bigatron secure a Diggy before entering second?
That's possible, but I think this comp from Geekfam so far is a lot more dangerous than meets the eye, right? The Valentina, main hero for a boy that he has not been allowed to play in the past 3 games, and now with a Rafaela, bit of a signature pick, and Akai was the hero where Nile was able to put the final nail in the coffin for RRQ with. So I think it's a lot more dangerous than it looks. But with the Lancelot again, signature pick for Super Ken that got him the player of the game in the previous game.
Whew. It's looking tricky. If you were a Geek, this is looking tricky. Bruno taken out in the second phase here by Bigatron Alpha, denying the Rafaela-Bruno combination. In response, Geek go for the Diggy, so that's a lot more certainty for them, especially with the Kai pickup. And of course, in case they want to pick up a setup hero for Luke as well. Bigatron though, do they want to go again for perhaps a Brody pick? Give Irithel a winning lane? And the answer is yes, Brody being banned out.
The 2 Bs in the second phase here will be banned out. Bruno and Brody. Geek fam though, will they respond with another potential roamer ban? Or will they focus more on towards the EXP? Yudong, Terizla is still on the board as well.
They could go for the EXP ban. And I do wonder, Eterna, we were talking about the Win of Nature matchup. When we talk about that, the hero that comes to mind is that carry. And against a big shielding kind of deal, it's always a good pick, shreds it down. And in a Win of Nature duel, that true damage will swing the balance in his favor. And we know that Marky can play it, so I am a bit curious about it. But they ban away the Uranus, and the Karista will fall into the hands of Bigatron. Utility Sorizo is going to be in this game.
And technically, Carry can pick up Purify here against the Terizla. So I understand the value, but I just don't like how short range Carry is.
Yeah.
And she needs so much time, so much babysitting in the early game as well, especially in the laning phase.
Yes, the
There's just
scaling
so many
part.
factors to think about.
So what do you prefer here, right? You want to bank in Ixia now?
There's Lancelot.
There's Terizla.
There's Terizla, sure, but
Too much dive, in my opinion, for an Ixia.
you have... Oh, it's going to be the Claude, okay. More mobility, a mobile unit, and accompanying that, they will go and secure a hero for Luke, and that is Lapu Lapu.
I mean, technically speaking, Geek Fam were able to control the game. They were able to control the tempo. The only mistake was in the last phase of the game where they kind of overcommitted. I'm not even going to say kind of. They heavily overcommitted that eventually lost them the game. So they're going for a similar strategy here, similar laning phase as well. The only difference is the Akai and the Fredrin. What do you think about that?
I think it's great. They were struggling to keep Bigatron in the right areas that they want to get full capitalization. So I think the Akai gives more value than the Fredrin when it comes to keeping people in place, of course, with the heavy spin. There'll be less damage, but I think they can deal with that. Bigatron though go for the Novaria for more intel gaining, less surprises from Beloyski, good poke damage, and in a big combo situation, a Terrorist the penalty zone into an Astral Meteor can do a lot of damage. I think it's quite even yet again, but macro-wise, I gotta say, GateFam has a better chance of really dominating this neutral objective gameplay.
With that being said, the fact that they went for that long range, the fact that they went for a poke, they're sacrificing heavily on crowd control, which is exactly what GateFam has if we take a look at the game index as well.
Exactly. Seeing the composition now. Patterns don't lie, and I believe in the second game, they sacrificed a similar thing. Then they lost.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Again, another potential last game of this best of 5 series. Still at match point, Bigatron caught in a corner. They go for another point. Force a game number 5 in this 4th game of the series. Let's welcome you to the Land of Dawn.
Welcome to
Land of Dawn, here we go. Potentially the last game. Bigatron looks to equalize, or will Geek secure that M Series ticket?
As the robots rebooted back to their tip-top form for this very decisive game. That is the main question right here as we take a look at the emblems by Dunia Games. Firmness again on the side of GateFam, but of course the mid lane and Roamer. We'll see how well this combo goes. How good is this very expensive contested Valentina in the hands of a boy?
Already a lot of damage, actually. A lot of control coming in from Bigatron Alpha with their choice in the mid trio. Who would have thought Angela and Novaria being able to have this much say in the early game? Look at that damage, the poke. It's deterring Beloyski from being that usual aggressive force that we're accustomed with.
I think Beloyski for sure needs a bit more space to maneuver, and he likes playing this style, but at the same time, you have to agree and you have to recognize that GateFam isn't as scary without Beloyski coming out of nowhere with the Edith, coming out of nowhere with the Cho in game number 1. So we'll have to see, can they kite back and forth enough? And I think that means that GateFam will be playing it very patiently until it's turtle time.
Let's see here, right? 20 seconds to the first turtle of the game. Rotation-wise, both okay. Both teams will not engage in business. No first bloods just yet here, as they will now enter the turtle pit.
Most of them are already at level 4 here. The only outlier, you would say, is a boy as well as Moreno, still at level 3. Don't really have that much power from a boy in comparison to Moreno here, especially in this turtle take. In terms of level, Super Ken as well as Niall, both level 4. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, Astral Icona, Super Ken jumps in looking for the steal. Heavy spin though will push Niall away as Beloyski will be the one to secure the first turtle. Super Ken jumps in, Baptism connects on towards 2. Now Niall will escape, but Super Ken will find the first blood. He will pay his life though. Super Key now caught, flickers out, Cerezo quite low, no fall of damage just yet here. Super Key heals him back up. It's a 1-for-1, but the turtle falls in the hands of the Geeks.
I think it's definitely worth it for the Geeks getting the turtle, getting the jungle ahead as well. It's really difficult for a Lancelot, but man, Luke was fortunate not to be taken out right there. Luke, I think Luke luck was something we talked about in yesterday's match as well.
That was a close one indeed. Getting just really pushing us to the edge here. Even in the beginning of the game, 3 minutes in. But other than that, everything is a little bit more down-tempo. It wasn't as aggressive as we saw in game number 2 or game number 1, which means that both of these teams, once again, they are thinking on their decisions a little bit more heavily this time around.
I think it's due to the fact that it is still a support roamer matchup. Usually Super Key and Beloy, they're both very great playmaking roamers, but with both of them being on utility roamer healer supports, and with the crowd control being a heavy spin, a bravest fighter, these are all very expensive skills that they can't really use unless a big objective is on the map. Same thing for Bigatron Alpha, penalty zone, as well as, I guess it's the only thing they have actually as a strong engage tool. So everything's gonna be saved up until it's the critical moment. But with the heavy spin, I think GateFam can neutralize all that. So Bigatron Alpha are the ones that have to find a different approach instead of just a head-on collision at the turtle pit.
Oh, heavy spin now, Pop Chive. Now with help of the hard guard will try to sustain more. Blazing the way pops as well as Beloyski will be the first one to fall. Take a look at the flicker of a boy trying to escape. Oh, it was clutch. He escaped with the stolen hard guard. Now will be the target. Super Ken jumps into the vicinity, but will just focus down on the objectives. Though, Niall will not give it freely, seems like.
That backfired real quick for Geek Fam. They took their dear time in setting that up to get a kill onto Shive, but now they're too low to set up for the next objective, and they had to lose Beloyski in the process. There you go, free turtle coming in for Bigatron Alpha. Miscalculation by Geek Fam.
It was a great plan, but it just didn't work out as they wanted. I think the heavy spin was used a bit too early. The follow-up came just a slight bit late, and everyone was scrambling to get to where they need to be instead of already being there, right? It seems very minor, but every single second counts in a game as fast-paced as Mobile Legends. So if they really want to go and try and pick off a hero in a team with an Angela, you better make sure that everyone is on point with the timing.
Definitely. Because the over-calculations, they lose you turrets, they lose you conquests, they lose you games. And that was very detrimental to Geek Fam's just loss in that early stage of the game that has actually allowed Bigatron Alpha to propel their gold lead to 1K.
You look at the composition as well. I think Bigatron Alpha has more to gain by winning in the early game. They can really chase down with the Irithel, and they have an assassin.
Wow.
It is going to be a utility Lancelot most likely. But getting kills on this Lancelot is still going to be a big problem for a boy and Beloy in the back line.
Oh, Beloy's getting very low, caught there as the penalty zone connected there. And now, with one man down, will Bigatron Alpha look another something in the top lane? Good clear here with the Blazing Duet. As the structure top lane was in trouble, but now saved.
Man, Super Ken, he's buying so much time for his team. He's allowing the space for them to be able to let go of the bottom lane to find something else elsewhere. And for the most part, Marky has still been unable to deal the damage and to put his pressure onto Shive. Is it related to the items that he's built so far? Is he not there yet? There was absolutely no damage.
The items is definitely a big problem. It's a 2k gold right now. And Irithel kind of spikes a lot faster than the Claude. Claude needs 2 core items, and CB now with the new Has Claws has critical and lifesteal, but Super Soul Rizzo catches 1 only.
Penalty zone popped as well now. Heavy spin will pin him down. The damage though will not be there as Super Ken looking for a kill in the backside, but on the other side of the map, it will be Super Key taken down. Turtle now secured by Super Ken, no problem, as Geek Fam, even though with 5, they will not engage on towards a fight.
A great call from Bigatron Alpha to just burst it down before Niall can even get involved. They acknowledge that he is a great jungler and he is a real threat. So they go for it now, but boy!
Oh, Vintro, good flicker as the Phantom Execution failed to find its mark.
That was dangerous for sure, but man, what a tough game this is. I believe for both teams, it's so difficult, and I think they are definitely feeling the pressure. You saw that Marky, he actually was hitting the neutral, the jungle camp in the middle of that team fight because maybe the pressure is getting to him. But man, look at that damage already ramping up from that Novaria. And with the Thunderbelt completed for Super Ken, he's going to be a lot more dangerous in those backline dives.
That was extremely close. And finally, we get to take a look into the items. So far, Claude has only gotten DHS as well as the Golden Staff. Is that enough? Is he there yet?
The DHS and the Golden Staff, I mean, it's gonna ramp up his damage a huge amount, but still, he can't really dive in the back alone. And with the healing provided by the Angela, they're gonna need more than that to actually win out decisively in a team fight.
Super Ken committed the retry earlier. Beloyski though, 1 HP there. Almost finds its mark. As now, Bigatron Alpha with a healthy 2,500 gold lead. Oh, take a look at the bottom lane now. Marky, the circuit gets taken out by Super Ken. What an engage now. Heavy spin though. Will not find a pen. And that was a very expensive kill.
Wow, the movement from Bigatron Alpha. the decisiveness to go for a single target and land all the spells on him. Super key now. He jumped on by Luke, but look at Geek Fam. They're all going in one by one. Heavy spins first, Bravest Fighter now. They're not going in as a team. Where is the Geek Fam unity?
I have no idea where they are right now, and honestly, at this point, it's looking bad.
Oh, flicker penalty zone committed. Now Chive. Whoa! Oh, with the free hit, with the free kill as well. Baloyski will be taken now. That shows, that means green light to take the Lord.
Man, like even despite Superken already leading, on 3 levels above Nile, they're still able to find these moments that make it completely impossible for Geek Fam to touch these neutral objectives. 5,300 gold lead now for the Red Robots. They're back.
They're definitely back, and they're still respecting Geek Fam. Super Key has finished the Necklace of Durance, lowering the healing coming in from a boy, from Luke and Nile, as well as Baloyski. This team has a lot of regen, and Bigotron Alpha are happy to deny all of it. With the Lord marching on the bot side though, seems like Bigotron are doing a much better time. They're doing a much better management of the waves, but look at the solo play.
Seems like just to bait out resources here before the real defense. They did the Blazing Duet already. Now the structure in the mid will fall.
That was an expensive resource to utilize earlier on, and now look at this, they're going in. That bottom lane is sure to fall, but Nile
finds the pin, finds the stun, the damage will fall here. Shiva still holding on, but he will fall. Now, let's see, Superken trying to escape, will not find the route though, as he will be the next one to fall. A boy claims the double, as Beloy is the only trade, and now Sorizo terrified everything. The damage will fall. Sorizo falls here, and that was a heck of a defense by the Geeks.
Defense? I would have said that was an offense, right? 1-for-3 trade in favor of Geek Fam, and they have completely come back here as well. Sure, the gold is still leaning towards the Bigotron Alpha, but now Geek Fam, they have enough of the map control to start elevating their gameplays, to start elevating their strategies.
What a play from Nile though, to find Sive in the midst of all the confusion. He is the chosen one, and it does seem like he's beginning to believe. If he makes those plays again and again, this Akai could be, again, one of the main things they could use. With the towers falling down, there's more zones in the map that Geek Fam can use to trap Bigotron Alpha. And at this point, with a Novaria and an Irithel, without any Purifies, that could very realistically happen.
It's so scary, Nile. Because you would say that Nile's biggest advantage as a jungler, 3 highest turtles secured amongst all these veteran junglers. But he's also really good at finding those opportunities, finding that momentum, and give opportunity for his team. And it's been working out so well. Bigotron Alpha, they need to be very careful to make sure that they know where he is on the map. And that is a big homework. That's big homework from Super Moreno as well, as a Novaria, to open that up.
The only silver lining for Bigotron Alpha is the fact that the Akai is always going to be close to the neutral objectives. But we've seen that with Onyx, sometimes the Akai goes somewhere else and goes for those pins. Geek Fam can do the same, but with limited frontline, they're sending Luke to do all that instead. And Nile, as you can see, is always waiting near the Lord. It's going to be yet another duel between him and Superken. And now with a level disadvantage, it's not going to be as clear-cut.
The Lord will be controlled, what, 65% here by the members of Geek. Bigotron though, slowly but surely here, they are trying to, oh good, Astro like a good penalty zone. Blazing Duet popped here, Superken in the back, will not escape, finds one though, but he will fall. Now Marky might be the main target here as Super Moreno will not find the mark. Actually, the red trade will take down a boy.
That's a 2-for-1 trade, but the problem is, even though Bigotron Alpha win that in terms of numbers, there's no Superken, there's no source of retribution. What's the call now for Bigotron Alpha? Are they going to continue this Lord take? Or are they going to be able to delay it? The question is if they can.
Let's see now Chunks all very low, so Rizzo jumps in. Luke in the backside with the flicker play! Finds the mark. Shive already found the Wind of Nature earlier, but the damage will be more than enough to shut him down. Oh, take a look at Marky now. Quite low, survives.
Nile.
But the Lord and Nile now jumps in. Everything wasn't popped just yet. The retry will not come. Will come The Retri finds the Lord.
What in the world? Niall, what a monster! He came in as a rookie and he comes out a veteran. Despite being taken out, despite everything thrown at him in that turtle, that Lord Pit, he was still able to secure this, delaying, giving Geek Fam a little bit more room to breathe.
How is he able to get this done again and again? The chosen one. Taking the game back, delaying it long enough for Geek Fam. They haven't found a solution, but that is valuable time. All due to the play from Niall, down to the wire.
What?
What in the world?
He was a level below Super Ken, you know, and then he's still able to make those plays. Oh, wow. Man.
I have no words.
Me neither. Niall is outperforming himself at this point. And the entire gold lead that Bigatron Alpha was able to build, gone. Only 100.
Now it's down to execution, but the problem still remains. Bigatron Alpha, in a base defense situation, they have so much more going for them. They have the range coming in from the Irithel and the Novaria. They have wave clear if Geek Fam wants to pressure. They have wave clear if they are trying to push towards the base of Geek Fam. And with the Divine Glaive completed for Moreno, Super Moreno, that's a lot of penetration, that's a lot of damage. He might be able to even one-shot the Squisher members like Beloyski and Marky. And even in a team fight, the fact that the penalty zone has always been on point means that unless they make something crazy happens.
Good bait now. Oh, the pin!
Oh,
Missed
man.
his mark. Super Kendo re-engages, but it seems like no commitments more. Bigatron though will find the jungles of Geek Fam for now, but it is still a hard reset here. Both teams at equilibrium, 16 minutes in.
Wow, that's a lot of damage onto a boy as well. You mentioned it with the Divine Glaive, and the underlying issue is Bigatron Alpha arguably has better late game. With Moreno, with Sive, that's a lot of poke, that's a lot of pure damage. And Geek Fam need to figure a way of how to find that proper opening, because if they do it like this, if they go front to back, I feel like that's Bigatron Alpha's most safest, most ideal way to win the team fight.
I think for Geek Fam, it's only about making it messy. Every
Yeah.
single one of their heroes can do well, even though they are right in the thick of the battle, right? Marky can Blazing Duet, Beloyski can hit everyone and heal everyone at the same time, and Luke can do the same. In the previous fight, he was almost single-handedly able to take out Sive. One more person comes with him, that should be a done deal. But now the question is, can they find ways to get behind Bigatron with the Astral Echo, with the Astral Sphere being spammed out again and again? The wave control on the bottom side, though, is a step in a good direction for Geek Fam, but it's being managed by that Angela global presence.
Not to mention just the constant threat from Super Sorizo as well to make sure that that entire scenario does not happen. He's looking for an opening here.
Heavy spin already popped. That's an expensive resource wasted here, Pre-Lord. Bigatron Alpha might engage on towards the fight here. Flicker, penalties on, finds Beloyski. Siva takes him down. That's a green light here for Bigatron to go and commit to the Lord. Let's see though, Geek Fan, how will they respond this? 4 men looking to delay. Blazing Duet popped as well here with a major as well, but the damage will be enough to take Super Moreno down. Now, in the backside, Luke finds the Marine members, but the damage will not be enough to take anyone down. Luke losing his immortality, but it seems like the damage will come through. Luke taken down. It's a 2-for-1. Heavily favoring the Bigatron side of Shiver. Out of nowhere finds the double.
Just comes in and guns everyone down on the Ducati. How are you supposed to deal with this?
Brum, brum.
The Angela Irithel combo. Too much to deal with. No one can stop them. And you saw how low Sipe was. What, 200 HP? The Angela comes in with the Heart Guard, and he's back to full with lifesteal of his own. Geek Fam trying their best to find something, but the penalty zone!
Oh, he will be stunned. But no commitments from both teams. Lord now, heavily favored side of Bigatron, and there you go. Now though, Super Sorizo will lose his immortality, as it seems like it will be enough for Geek Fam.
What is the cooldown of the Heart Guard?
Fleeting time?
Does Angela have fleeting time?
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense because it was already used initially in the beginning of the fight. Shive nearly gets taken down, and like you mentioned earlier, the hard guard comes back and was able, and that enough alone was able to bring Shibe back to full health. And so in this particular scenario, with that item already built in by Angela, in these long drawn out fights, Bigatron Alpha, they're gonna win the team fights.
Almost every single time. That's why this combo is just so devastating. And for Geek Fam, I wonder if it's time to just consider other options. Team fighting isn't working. Going for the neutral objective can work, but not when the heavy spin gets burned out too quickly. Can they go for something like a split push? They lose that mobility.
They should be able to do that. They have Claude. I agree with you.
Oh my goodness, Marky.
Damage.
Very low there. But yeah, the first structure of a base turret will be taken out there in the bottom lane of the map. Bigatron, they want more here. It seems like they will go for the siege in the mid side. Oh, flicker, penalty zone even. And the boy, very low. So Rizzo though, still holding on. The damage will come to the sun as well. But the heavy Sven is huge. But Bigatron will juke out of it. Now taken out, punished. Bigatron still strong with 5. Base wide open, Super Zen, flashy hands. Valoisky taking out Moreno with the double. Marky with the help of the hard guard now looking for a kill. Shibe might be in trouble. Good hard guard spiking, but it seems like it will be more than enough. Super Ken finds the kill. Base wide open. Bigatron Alpha takes the series onto a game 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, against all odds, the Red Robots have done it. They've come back, and we're back to a best of 1. We're going all the way in this best of 5 series. GG, Red Robots.
Man, we could not have it any other way. What was that, man? Geek Fam outsmarted. Have the AI just progressed too far for human intervention? We'll have to see, man. Look at the relief. Look at the disappointment. This is the lower bracket finals.
It feels like a grand finals game. We mentioned it, miracles happen. The unthinkable happens, the unexpected happens. And this could possibly be a reverse sweep by Bigatron Alpha. They were cornered 2-0 and here we are. What in the world?
Oh boy. Usually it is Geek Fam in this situation. But now, call it karma, but they're up 0-2. The situation now is 2-2.
What choices do they have right now? I feel like both teams have done their calculations. You know, some humans can calculate faster than calculators. I wonder if that's the case for Geek Fam right here. They need to find something that works. The Iritel maybe needs to be denied. Maybe trade one of the supports. The Angela maybe is the problem here. Whatever it is, man, Airpunk and the Shadow Analysts need to find a solution. They need that quick maths.
Stop. Valentina out. Stop. Just stop. Man, wow, that was... It was too much.
Coaster.
That was a roller coaster. And now it could swing either way.
For real. I am still quite astounded on what happened, ladies and gentlemen. It was twice now, right? Geek Fam down 0-2. They equalize. FLB finals lower bracket. They're up 2-0, but they couldn't pull it off. Still,
is this karma? Well, we'll have to wait and find out. But something they can really explore right here is they seem to be having a lot of priority on that Valentina, but it really hasn't been as decisive. More on that later as we talk about the player of the game, Super Soriza on Terizla, the main initiate tool. The only one almost on the side of Bigatron. It doesn't matter though. If it's that good, you don't need alternatives. Going in with the full defensive build, relying only on the emblems for the extra bit of survivability. And then afterwards, the Queen's Wings, just to make sure that if Geek Fam goes for an all-out fight, go for a pick-off on the Terizla, it's never gonna happen, man. Damage reduction from the passive, damage reduction from the items as well.
Every time a Geek Fam, we're looking to create to create things and to make things messy. So Rizzo comes in with the penalty zone and completely denies all that option. Takes it completely away from Geek Fam, going in for an engage himself. And it just kept happening over and over. You'd think that maybe Geek Fam would learn from like the first or second or even third time it occurs, but Rizzo just keeps finding the beautiful penalty zones. I still don't understand how he's able to do it.
The only time where Geek Fam were able to win is when Sive does get picked off, so that sure seems like the issue. If it's that big of a deal, if it's the make or break problem here, ban it out. Do something about it. Because aside from those moments, aside from when Sive can just get to freely run around, the game really didn't seem as difficult, quote unquote. But I think Geek Fam definitely has more options in the bag. But the question is, will they even attempt to learn? This is a team that won with the same composition, more or less, for 5 whole games against Onyx. If they don't find something that is really effective now, might be too late, man. Everything now hangs in the balance.
Everything, yes. Back to square one, but in a position of a best of one. Who will take it? Anything can literally happen now.
And I'm worried. I'm worried for both of these teams. On the other side, think about what Geek Fam is going through right now. How confident they were already going 2-0. Momentum is definitely not on their side. And after so many games that would average in about 18 to 20 minutes, I'm wondering if these players are starting to feel fatigue, starting to feel lethargy, which is quite human, honestly, at this point.
And funny you would say that because both these teams have extensive experience going for full best of 5s. I mean, Bigatron in SPS, Geek Fam against Onyx. And I wonder how much are they learning, man? We talked about how going up against better opposition can give you insights on what you can do better. Both these teams, I believe, have met Onyx and to varying results. Now we can see who is going to improve even more. By looking at the items, Super Moreno, also one of the underrated players here. We talked about Sive, Super Key as well. But Super Moreno in that game was able to just secure a lot of the kills that were beyond reach. And he was able to deny the movements, the surprise that comes from the speed that Beloyski usually tries to take advantage of with maybe a concealed play.
It was a very, I can say, is it fair to say it was a back and forth match?
Definitely.
Definitely, right? It was not really, it wasn't clear until the very end that after that offense by Bigatron, it was more than enough to put Geek Fam in a situation where they wouldn't want to.
We have to see what's going to happen in the final
have to
game
see.
because this was a very deja vu situation. We made references to the Matrix, but this is absolutely deja vu. We've seen intense games, similar drafts for 4 whole games. The final one was an absolute stomp. Is that going to happen again?
A lot of 3-2s this playoffs, Arashi. In day number 2, it was full best of 5 3-2 both matches. Yesterday, we saw Onyx going up against Geek in the final upper bracket, also 3-2. And today, we will be treated to a 3-2 series again.
That's the question, though. The last game, who's gonna get that crazy victory? Is one of these teams gonna try and make something crazy happen? Pull out a pocket pick? Because both teams have had extensive games, right?
That's scary.
That's why we talked about in the beginning of the day, a lot of strategies have already been exposed.
Yep.
And there's only a limited amount you can keep pulling out of your pocket. At some point, there has to be a cooldown.
Hopefully, we do get the best of both teams in the final game here, Arashi Eterna. That is what I'm hoping for. So, I hope Game 5, a game where we will have to see a 20 minutes plus.
20 minutes plus. with the way the games are going, it's not beyond impossible, Gani. It just shows again how much teams have improved. Usually the playoffs are full of 3-0s, right? Even the final sometimes the 4-1, 4-0 even. But now that's no longer the case. Even the likes of Onyx are being pushed to a full 5-game series again and again. And even the games, they don't seem as close. There's always changes, always adaptations. Which is why you always are kept guessing. But now it has come to this. The decider between both teams right here. Man, I can't wait.
All of us can't wait.
Even the audience, man.
Even the audience.
It's getting quite late, sort of, but the audience are looking absolutely fresh. They are just impatient, waiting for the conclusion right here. Both Geek Fam and Bigatron. There was a time where Geek Fam's fan base can't even compare to Bigatron, but that has changed completely.
I am intrigued with how this is panning out.
I'm more than intrigued.
Because I'm thinking about it in the grander scheme of things. Coming into this season, what was your top 2 prediction?
Earlier on?
Before we started the regular season.
Onyx, Bigatron.
Bigatron and Onyx, right?
Yes.
Most of the casters also predicted
Except Arashi.
Bigatron and Onyx, except for Arashi, he's an outlier. But most of us did. And for a time in the regular season, Bigatron and Alpha, they fell off so hard. And then people started to think, you know what, maybe Geek.
Yes.
And then all the all the casters synonymously voted for Onyx and Geek. And now it could go either or.
But after a quick break though, because the audience as well as the casters need a bit of a break.
All right, and with that, let's go. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss.
Here it is, the final showdown, the final countdown between Bigatron Alpha and Geek Fam to secure the last ticket to the grand finals and also the last ticket to represent their country, to represent their nation at M5 World Champions. And you know, since we are going a full best of 5, we want to make sure that you guys are comfortable enough, and I want you guys to be, you know, satisfied, satiated. So don't forget, Indomart. All right, you guys can come over to the venue, check out their booth, or you guys can also actually download the app from home, secure the points available, because you guys with the points from the membership, you guys can get discounts, you guys can get free vouchers, items, just so many benefits if you guys check it out. And all you need to do is join Indomart Poinku app, because I got it, Gani got it,
Of course.
Arashi got it, and Mirko over there, yeah, he's actually on his Samsung phone checking it out as well. But since he's not casting, he doesn't get point coup.
He's chilling.
He doesn't get point
He's
coffee.
not getting that value. Point coffee.
He doesn't get point coffee.
Man, I would
Ladies
love
and
me
gentlemen.
some point coffee right now. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, if you need caffeine,
I have it. You want it?
If you want got some. Even,
Here, you can have mine.
oh.
What is
thank
this?
you.
This is the caramel macchiato for you.
Caramel macchiato. As I like to call it, caramel
Beautiful.
macchiato, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, check it out, right? Point Coffee is on the board. You can get a 30% discount by how? Use the promo code DiscountPCPlayoff. That is how, ladies and gentlemen, you can get extra 30%. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, you can get points by using the app, by buying this product, right? In no matter point doom, check out the app, check out the coffee to have more energy in life.
You know why it's so good, Gani?
Why?
Because these are all made with a made-to-order concept, man.
Yes.
Make sure you refresh so that your life can be legendary.
As Shepin likes to say it, made by perfect baristas.
Oh, and we also have a perfect caster on our screen as well. It's Chimomo-chan and Mirko Tron.
Oh.
Mukbang? Oh God, no. Mirko, come on,
boy.
calm down, calm down. Calm down, calm down. This could swing either way, but you can even feel like the confidence seeping out from Bigatron Alpha and
Is it a
the
curse,
fans. But there's a curse, you're right. So is it Bigatron going to create a mukbang out of Geek Fam, or is it going to be Geek Fam making out of mukbang? of Bigatron Alpha as we enter the final drafting phase of this best of 5 series, the second last match that we are going to witness. Geek Fam back on first pick once again with the Joy, the Fanny, and the Taquito being banned out. Bigatron Alpha go for the Faramis, Baxia, and the Matilda. So exactly the same bans come through. Geek go for an Angela first pick. This is the difference maker.
Yes.
But Bigatron still will secure the Iritel as well as the Valentina.
Now they'll answer the question. What was the main problem here? Is it the Iritel or is it the Angela? We've seen the Angela paired with so many other things, but now, going for this Angela, they have let go of both the Valentina and the Iritel. We've seen it play out before, but without a Mathilda, it's gonna be a bit difficult right here. But I do assume that something is gonna be put in the hands of Luke to really swing the game in their favor. Something that can really take Sive out all the way from the early game.
Mind you that this Angela can be flexed, right? To the mid or to Angeloy. Beloy, but it seems like no, in the first phase, they will still hide that strat and pick up the Fredrin and the Claude here before we enter the second phase. With Bigatron though, now, what will they go for here, right? Is the big question.
Look, I find this really peculiar.
Okay.
Because I felt like that Akai pick was actually a good pick. But here they go for the Fredrin. What's the value here? Is it flex value? Or what? Because now they're once again facing off against the Lancelot.
I think flex value, Onyx has shown that that's no longer the case. Even Boots, the guy that we mentioned, is the only guy still able to use Fredrin in the XP lane. Really not as good anymore. So, going for the Fredrin here more than the Akai. Maybe they felt that in the early game the Akai was fine, but in the late game they were lacking damage, they were lacking catch potential. When it comes to dynamic engage potential, early game aggression, the Akai has one knockup and the heavy spin, and they're not very fast to execute. But the Fredrin has the taunt, has the knockup as well as a good healthy bit of damage and clear. Maybe now the approach is gonna be jungle focused to try and shut down Super Ken. We've seen it done towards Kyrie. Could be done against Bigatron if the Hilda is left open.
Ooh.
Possible.
Actually, that might be a possibility if they want to try and pressure the Lancelot, pressure Super Ken from that early game. Hilda is definitely an option here, especially I like how you mentioned the taunt because I just remembered it. Coach Phil, ex-RRQ coach,
yes,
he actually mentioned that in this matchup against the Lancelot, at some point, Fredrin is so much safer in the jungle as compared to any other because of that taunt. So that's something that maybe Geek Fam is trying to work around. But from the drafting phase here in game, in the phase of 2, Yuzong, Khalid, Terizla, and they go for the Diggy. So that really limits the selection of the EXP laners.
All right, yeah. See here, 3 heroes in the second phase for that EXP role banned out. Leaving out X-Borg. And what else here, perhaps? Other than the X-Borg, Uranus. That was multiple times banned out, as well as the Lapu Lapu. You're right. So Lapu, Uranus, but no, Bigatron, the first pick in the second phase, they will commit to a Uranus here.
Is it a Hilda though? A Hilda with an Angela? Sounds like an absolute nightmare, but it's all speculation so far. Look at the Uranus though, the Claude can still do a lot of damage. As a Lancelot, the Fredrin can do a lot of damage. So far there are some solutions already available. Without the Diggy, the real big question was, what was gonna be the roamer for Bigatron? Gonna be the Edith though, for Geek.
Edith?
Probably in the EXP.
Edith still, yeah, question mark here, EXP.
I'm gonna see a Lilia maybe.
I mean, if this is a Edith Rome, that's it.
Oh boy.
That's
Angela mid.
That's a Ruby and an Edith to round it out. So a lot more engage, some more DPS coming from the Edith, a lot more balanced, but they still haven't solved the problem. How are we gonna deal with the Aerithel? No Angela this time, but Bigatron right here could very easily go for something that protects, or at least something that heals as well.
Minotaur.
There you go, protects and heals, right on cue.
Minotaur.
Because with the Uranus pickup in the EXP lane, that means Cerezo is not going to be the playmaker.
Nope.
They need to secure some kind of lockdown, some kind of tool for them to utilize when all else fails. And they go for the Minotaur, like you mentioned. Good pick.
The Minotaur is a counter towards the Claude, a very hard counter, essentially denying that Blazing Duet at every single turn. But with so many ways for Geekfam to go into the fight, he might be overwhelmed by just how many things are being thrown at him. This is now the first game in a while, in like 3 games, that is quite distinctly different.
But technically, because Bigatron has the Valentina, there is still a way for them to utilize the Valentina as an initiator, especially now that Ruby was chosen for Voloisky. So I'm offended is definitely on the table.
Let's see here.
Let's see indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment. This is the moment that we've all been waiting for. Who will accompany Onyx to M5 to represent Indonesia? Who will be there in the grand finals? Will it be Bigatron Alpha, the Reddit Terminators, the AI that have built their name from zero, from every single time that they play? Or will it be Geek Fam with a Cinderella story to top it all off? We're down to a best of 1, and here we are in the land of dawn.
Oh my goodness. Early action as well. Eterna Arashi here. First minute. No first blood though in that bottom lane.
Really does on the importance of execution, of speed, and tankiness. Look at the emblems, man. Tenacity is all across the board. 3 on Bigatron, 2 on Geekfam, and all the agilities and wilderness blessings. This is a game of movement, a game of pickoffs, a game of all-ins. Everything in the bag is available for both these teams. Who can find the better combination? That's the only factor here.
With everything against both of these teams, the pressure that they must be feeling right now. You can even see Bigatron Alpha looking for more pressure in this mid side, especially with the Valentina. Voloisky though, already has a lot to say pre-level 4 because he is on the Ruby. Meanwhile, Nile trying to keep up with the rotations coming in from Super Ken, who is early to level 4. And now, everything is going to center around this first neutral objective. Who has a little bit more of an advantage?
For the advantage, I think Bigatron Alpha has a bit more to work around, more sustains, right? And bigger tanks to really absorb some damage, especially if Sorizu can get the clear here with the help of Moreno. But Geek Fam, they can go for the crazy plays because they have the Ruby, they have greed in the hands of Geek Fam.
Early invasion here, right? 2 minutes in already. They tried an attempt to early steal of the purple. But it seems like no, they will not commit on towards a fight just yet here as the turtle has spawned in the land of dawn. And you can see the setup. Focusing, shifting towards that side now. Luke in the front side looking to soak in damage, but the damage will force him to use the primal wrap. Now on the back side though, super key boss immune free, no fall damage as Luke now will be taken down. First blood for the side of the red robots. Now, neutral objective. Geek Fam, will they control this? Good talk for Nile to take the turtle.
What setup coming in? They're looking for more.
They want more. They are very greedy as the boy finds the kill. That's a trade, a turtle for a kill.
Steve on the other side, dealing some damage onto the quad, winning out that lane in a 1v1, but I find that so peculiar earlier on that setup. Super Ken was a level ahead already. Luke was already taken off the board as well. But somehow, some way.
Good pull, and it seems like the Thorn Rose and as well as the Battle Execution will not be able to help Super Ken to save him.
The signature Ruby pick, man. Voloisky, lethal on it. But now still, in the gold lane, this Irrital has not been shut down just yet. In the jungle, the matchup has shown to really favor Geek Fam. But what can Geek Fam do with it? Have they been able to invade? Not just yet. Super Ken has been so good at invading, counter-invading, and still finding gold for himself.
Wow, it's so peculiar here. Right now, Voloisky still hasn't found an opening onto Super Key. They don't want to commit onto it just yet. But talking about this EXP lane, Edith against Uranus, who naturally wins?
Edith against Uranus? I think in an all-in, the Edith will definitely win. But how is the Edith supposed to force a Uranus into an all-in? The only time they're gonna really go at it is during a big team fight. And the mid lane is where most of the things center right now. It's Beloyski and a boy just going at it against Super Key and Super Moreno.
It's a 5-man rotation. Moreno now in trouble, gets taken out. Luke with the kill in the mid lane. It's Super Key popping the minion free. Super Ken jumps in as well. The damage will not be enough to take any member of the Geek Fam side to an elimination. They want more, it seems like. No, they just want the jungle. Beloyski quite low. Bigatron Alpha. Let's see the setup now. Take a look at the backside now. Beloyski quite low. Oh, the damage though will not jump through as Super Ken caught in that midst. It will be the trade though. Beloyski for Ken, but Sorizo now will be the next target as the damage will be more than enough to take him down.
Oh, that comeback here. 2-for-1 trade. Initially, I thought it would have been really good for Bigatron Alpha, but because of those kills over, Geek Fam have actually secured the first neutral objective of the game.
Super Ken is just absolutely struggling right here with the abundance of short-term crowd control. Like we said, the Akai has great crowd control, but only the heavy spin, and even his knock-up is on a longer cooldown. Look at how often Now has been able to stun, taunt, knock up Super Ken in the middle of these fights. It's absolutely difficult, and Beloyski is playing into that as well as a 50-50 is from the audience.
Oh, take a look at the damage here. It comes through. It's a 4-on-1. Sorizo cannot soak that damage, but in the bottom lane, it seems like Bigatron Alpha looking for a trade here. Luke now being the sole target. And Luke, oh my god, he's so tanky. Good knockup. The damage though will not be enough there as Super Moreno grabs the kill.
1-for-1 trade, an EXP laner for a gold laner. And in that sense, you would automatically assume that Geek Fam had the better trade, especially with that turret in the top side taken out. Marky securing a power.
Yeah, the item power spike here at 9 minutes. Oh, at level 9 at 6 minutes. That's very, very early. Showing that Geek Fam now has a lot of attention in the gold lane. They want to make sure that Marky is snowballing. That Marky can be the deciding factor, the real key to shut down CV, the rookie, the upstart, who's trying to tip the scales in his favor, changing the status quo.
Oh, well, bottom lane here. It seems like the turret will just be the target as Geek Fam, they will sacrifice that outer turret in the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, they're trading now. Bigatron Alpha looking for some compensation as to what happened earlier on. And it's now quite stable. Geek Fam, though, still holding the gold lead. Oh, wait a minute, Sorizo?
Oh, Sorizo now with all in. Oh, take a look at this. 3 members of Geek Fam with the damage. A boy, though, will secure the kill. 4 kills is on this guy.
Wow, man, the side laners are getting absolutely hammered. The gold lane and the EXP lane alike. Geek Fam just swinging like a pendulum, up and down, but now there's a trap in the middle. Can Bigatron Alpha find something favorable? And a 1.7k gold deficit is not game-changing, but it's definitely difficult to deal with.
That's the question here. And now both teams, once again, going to posture around the neutral objective. They're going to look for the turtle play. Conceal from Beloyski.
Ooh, on towards Super Key though, but it will create space for Nile to take the turtle here, the last turtle. So, yeah, with that, it's a perfect turtle here. Clean setup by the side of Geek Fam.
You can tell that Bigatron Alpha are just finding it very difficult to be proactive. They want to be the ones invading. They want to be the ones dictating the fights, but using what? The best thing they can do is send Super Key, just come in with a flicker and knock someone up, but that's just not possible, especially against all the frontliners with so much crowd control. Edith, Ruby, the Fredrin even. Even if CV now has to purify, what engage is he supposed to use it against?
I guess they could bank on Super Moreno, but for the past few moments, for the past few minutes, Super Moreno has opted to go for the hard guard instead.
Yeah, the hard guard will sustain Super Ken a bit, but he will fall now as Geek Fam, they will not find another good disengage, but they will have to sacrifice their jungler. 0-3-2 for Super Ken.
And on the other side, man, Luke is feeling himself. Did you see the recalls that he was making against Uranus?
That's just the way he likes it, man. And whoa, Sive!
What? Sive in the middle of the fight is able to escape though. Sorizo now soaking the most of the damage. They want the mid as Super King now pulled. Minu and Furry will catch 3 now. Good engage. Oh, goodness. Luke finding the kill as a 1, 2, 3 members of Bigatron now will fall. The solution with the final kill.
The 4,000 gold lead as well from Geek Fam, taking it away, securing it for themselves, grabbing it under the nose of the Terminators, telling them that, hey, we're the creators.
Super Ken caught. Lancelot now will look for an escape route, finds it, but they will sacrifice another structure in that mid.
See, he's feeling himself.
Absolutely. On this Edith, he's just so aggressive. Fiction Alpha are just bewildered how to deal with him. And on the other hand, Nile, what an appraiser's wrath to just swing the whole fight in their favor in one fell swoop. The chosen one. He just found his newfound powers. Fiction Alpha have no idea how to deal with him.
Not just yet. I mean, right now, they're using all the tools, whatever they have in their kit, sending Super Ken down below, forcing them to deal in with the minion crashing into the bottom lane. But in the grand scheme of things, so far they haven't been able to do anything. What do they go for? Split push? Do they force a team fight at this point?
I think they do want to try and get some macro plays in. They have a Uranus, they have a Lancelot as well. Double wave cut in the base, split pushing and escapes from Super Ken can really win them some situations. But when they're 5k behind, when they're not safe in their own jungle, due to the greed man himself just waiting around in the wings, it's so difficult. And with the Lord, they're going to be forced to contest this and probably give up some lives.
Okay, now in the mid, it's, Claude is moving on towards the Minotaur here, making him or backing him off. Super Ken and Chorizo though now might be caught. Oh, good puppet string, blazing the wet now, connecting all of the bullets on towards the jungler. Marky finds the kill. No retry for BTR.
No retry. It seems like Bigatron Alpha, that was not the call. That was not the emphasis of what they were going for. They understood that perhaps in a 5v5, Geek Fam would have won that trade either or. So Bigatron Alpha finds some compensation by slowly taking out turrets in the top lane, which allowed CV to get a little bit more farm and gain a little bit more control over the map.
But as you say that, Geek Fam equalized on the turret department, just cleaning it out. With the Lord coming in, can they actually set up the waves properly? We've seen in the past few games that they come in individually. If they can push the waves, get it to a 3-wave push, it seems like they're going to be able to do it. Bigatron Alpha, they probably go for something before. Super Ken trying to clear some waves here to eliminate the triple push potential. But Geek Fam, they have a lot of tools to work with right here. Can they go for this decisive finish?
Let's see, potentially the final push of the series here. Mid-base turret taken out now. The bottom, will they focus it down? Will they defend it? No. Bigatron will let it go as they were taking care of the Lord in the mid. Now another wave coming through in the mid. Let's see how Geek Fam utilize this wave. Seems like no opening here, no trigger pulled just yet. Bigatron Alpha, they survive another day.
Wow, all right. So Bigatron Alpha had to lose 2 inhibitor turrets, but look at Super Ken.
Oh, and the pull by Mr. Valoisky. Now Super Ken caught, flickers out of the way, but the damage will come through. He will fall. Base turret top lane now is going to be the main target, and it will fall. 3 base turret in 13 minutes. Almost taken down there. It's basically a naked base. Bigatron now defends with 4. Taunt comes through, Chorizo survives though. But take a look at Ken. He's caught and he's down. And Geek Fam, they look for the end. 3-man defense. Can they pull it off? Super Chorizo taking out the DPS is just too huge. Bigatron, this is it. The base wide open. Let's see Bigatron. Can they defend this as it was going to be the robots bowing down to their master. Their algorithm hijacked and made bare for everyone to see. The Geeks move forward, secure the grand finals and M5 and make history.
12 minutes! 12 minutes was all it took for Geek Fam to win that. Bigatron Alpha, they came back. They came back from a 2-0. But in the end, it's the Geek Fam coming back resetting, taking their final ticket, qualifying to the grand finals, qualifying to the M5 World Championship for the first time in history.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing history in the making. For the first time, qualifying for M5. Everyone, not a single person predicted that it was gonna be them. But that's just the way they like it. What a final game, man. Complete destruction from the geeks that have completely decoded the AI.
A Cinderella story. Our very own Indonesian Cinderella story. How many times have we seen Geek Fam completely unable to make it to the playoffs? Absent for so many seasons. And for the 2 times that they did, they went home on the first day. Look at them now. Marky coming in, the final solution. Beloyski stepping in, Greed himself. The prodigal son coming through. The Wonder Kid, the chosen one. Niall, a rookie, being able to secure top 2 to represent Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what you're feeling, but I'm feeling goosebumps all over. What a story.
We could not have written a better story for Geek Fam. The struggles they went through, the adversity that they have conquered, the hurdles they jumped over. Everything for this moment. Now it's official. Not a single person left to be regulars of M5, of the M series.
Vin's gone.
Vin is out.
Vin is out.
Truly history in the making.
And this just really goes to show it's a new era.
It is a new era.
New players are coming up.
No
new
royal
teams
besties.
are coming up.
It truly is a new era.
We're gonna say goodbye to Bigatron Alpha. Let's hear what they have to say for the last and final time. We see tears, we see emotions. Bude Clara Mongsar, take the stage.
Memberikan semua yang mereka miliki.
Namun tentunya pada hari ini ada tim yang harus terhenti langkahnya. Upaya untuk melakukan reverse sweep ternyata belum berhasil dilakukan oleh Bigatron Alpha. Tapi mereka telah memberikan yang terbaik di panggung playoff MPL Indonesia Season 12. Maka dari itu kita tepuk tangan, berikan apresiasi yang terbaik untuk Bigatron Alpha.
Nyaris saja, namun gagal, tapi itu tentu saja bukan akhir untuk tim Bigatron Alpha. Maka dari itu mari kita dengarkan bersama-sama sepatah dua patah kata dari tim Bigatron Alpha.
Halo, selamat malam semua. Saya Poet atau S12 selaku CEO dari BTR. Saya mau wakilin Bigatron Alpha, mau ucapin terima kasih sama semua yang udah datang buat mendukung ya. Bigatroopers, orang tua, pacar, teman-teman, sama juga ada teman-teman mantan kita yang sempat berjuang sama kita. Terima kasih udah datang buat mendukung kita. Dan saya yakin ini bukan jalan terakhirnya buat para pemain di sini karena mereka masih sangat muda. Jadi ini bakal jadi pengalaman yang bagus buat mereka ya. Cuma sayangnya bukan rezeki kita hari ini, rezekinya di Geek Fam. Jadi congrats buat Geek Fam udah bakal mewakilin Indonesia di M5 nanti. Thank you all.
Terima kasih. Dan MPL Indonesia begitu bangga dengan Bigatron Alpha sampai hari ini. Inilah dia momen terakhir kita menyaksikan mereka di pertarungan untuk series MPL Indonesia Season 12.
Namun tentunya ini bukan akhir. Kita akan melihat bagaimana nantinya dan kita berharap Bigetron Alpha akan comeback stronger di MPL Indonesia season selanjutnya.
Yap, namun dengan demikian, final lower bracket menghasilkan satu grand finalis, satu slot untuk babak M5 World Championship. Dan itu adalah tim Geek Fam.
Dan ini sekaligus juga Geek Fam pertama kali mengamankan tiket M5. Pertama kali mendapatkan tiket M Series. Dan juga ini baru kedua kali masuk playoff. Pada saat pertama kali masuk playoff harus terhenti langkahnya di hari pertama. Tapi kedua kali masuk playoff langsung mengamankan tiket M5. Ini bagaimana perasaannya?
Enak banget sial.
Enak banget. Dari Coach Erpang sendiri baru masuk di sini di tengah season. Menjadikan anak-anak sampai titik ini. Pasti ada cerita tersendiri dari Coach Erpang. Gimana Coach Erpang berjuang bersama tim Geek Fam sampai titik ini?
Kuncinya cuma satu sih. Saling percaya satu sama lain. Mereka percaya sama gue jadi kita bisa sampai sini.
Kepercayaan. Cadera gimana? Kamu terlihat terharu banget perjuangan yang tidak mudah dari regular season hingga ke babak playoff dan menjadi grand finalist.
Jujur dari season 10 gak ngerasain playoff.
Kencana. It's okay. Memang begitu mengharukan perjalanan dari Cadera.
Ini yang dinamakan kekeluargaan tadi yang disebutkan oleh Coach Erpang juga saling mendukung satu sama lain.
Tadi kan season 10 gak ngerasain playoff, season 11 dikasih kesempatan tapi meskipun pulang pertama tetap bersyukur lah ngerasain playoff. Dan alhamdulillah season 12 dikasih kesempatan lagi dan ngerasain yang namanya turnamen internasional dan masuk grand final.
Begitu bersyukur dan begitu terharu tentunya dari Cadera. Baloy, Cadera tuh terharu, kamu malah ketawa-ketawa. You laughing.
Soalnya aku remember season 10 dia nangis gara-gara kita gak lolos playoffs.
Yeah.
Terus sekarang dia nangis gara-gara kita M5 guys!
Baloy. Tapi Baloy ini adalah tiket M Series kamu yang ketiga. Ada perbedaan gak sih? Are there any difference between you securing the M5 ticket when you are in the Philippines and right now with the Geek Fam?
Beda banget sih, soalnya when I go first in Indo banyak yang language barrier gitu. I'm so happy that we make it to the M5 event like we Indonesia and Philippines gitu.
Dia sangat happy walaupun dia merasakan kalau di Indonesia itu ada kendala bahasa dan itu mungkin lebih challenging untuk Baloy, makanya sekarang juga lebih emosional dengan teman-teman barunya juga di Indonesia. Dia benar-benar sangat bahagia. Dan it's not only you but also Marky. Marky is come back to World Champion Series. Marky, congratulations. You prove yourself in this final lower bracket and goes to grand final and also M5 World Championship. How about that, Marky? Are you proving yourself now?
Yeah, I just proving myself because so many say to me cannot play anymore. And then I just play and I give my best. And thank you for my boss and to all my teammates because he trust me.
Wow, itu kepercayaan yang disebutkan Coach Erpang. Marky mungkin mengatakan pada saat awal banyak yang bilang gak bisa main dan dia membuktikan di stage playoff. Dan Bude, super fans, bukan hanya Geek Fam yang hari ini pertama kali mendapatkan M Series, tapi juga ada Nile di sini yang pertama kali MPL, pertama kali playoff, sekaligus juga pertama kali mendapatkan M Series tiket. Nile, gimana perasaan kamu?
Pasti senang banget, terus gue mau kasih kredit buat ke coach-coach gue. Mulai dari Robox, Lionheart, Erpang, Coach Aldo juga. Gue banyak belajar lah dari Coach Aldo.
Wow.
Senang banget gue.
Apakah mereka membantumu sebagai, bisa dibilang kamu adalah rookie di season ini? Apa yang mereka mungkin kasih tahu ke kamu biar walaupun rookie tapi juga bisa bersinar?
Mungkin mereka bilang percaya diri aja. Anggap sama kayak MDL.
Percaya diri aja. Dan kamu benar-benar bisa percaya diri dan sampai titik ini. Nyangka gak sih? Kamu sebagai rookie bisa sampai hari ini bersama dengan teman-teman tim barumu juga?
Nggak nyangka sih, nggak nyangka. Kaget.
Terkaget-kaget dari Nile.
Terkaget-kaget dari Nile, tapi ada Aboy juga nih dari tadi ngumpet di belakang. Biasanya ngelihat Aboy yang cool, hari ini kayaknya ngumpet di belakang terharu banget Aboy. Gimana rasanya mendapatkan tiket M5?
Senang banget lah, kan dari awal kita udah niatan mau dapat M5, akhirnya terwujud juga sih.
Dan akhirnya di depan mata, Aboy sendiri anak yang sangat kalem. Di Geek Fam kelihatannya ya kalau lagi interview tuh kalem banget. Boy, kamu aslinya kayak apa sih? Apakah kamu ngamuk kalau cuma lagi main di Land of Down?
Mau sok kalem aja sih.
Sok kalem aja.
Sok kalem, jadi aslinya nggak sok kalem? Nggak kalem aslinya?
Enggak.
Tapi biar mungkin itu kuncinya adalah tenang. Karena mereka benar-benar di 2 game, sempat ketinggalan 2 game lagi. Namun di 5 game yang dilakukan oleh tim Geek Fam. Dan juga mereka tentu saja akan ada satu player yang menjadi kuncian. Yang menjadi mungkin jawaban juga dari kemenangan mereka di 5 game ini. Geek Fam Unity, siapakah player of the match dari final lower bracket? Siapa? Siapa semuanya disebut? Mari kita cek bersama-sama Monik.
Ini dia player of the match kali ini adalah Aboy yang katanya nggak kalem Bude. Jadi player of the match kali ini.
Nggak tahu sih, main Angela doang bisa MVP.
Angela doang bisa MVP. Hey, menarik banget. Kita tahu banyak banget hero signature dari Aboy. Aboy itu diem-diem banyak dibicarain sama para talent. Satu player yang ternyata juga punya banyak potensi. Memang kalem-kalem aja Aboy, apalagi dengan Valentinamu. Banyak yang mengakui Valentinamu. Tapi kamu sendiri gimana sih untuk menjaga performa seorang Aboy sampai babak playoff ini Aboy?
Apa ya, kayak percaya satu sama lain aja sih. Orang-orang terdekat aku juga percaya kalau masih bisa improve lebih bagus lagi.
Lalu terus improve mereka.
Betul sekali. Dan tadi kalau kita lihat, Luke juga bermain begitu baik pada saat awal 2 game pertama memenangkan, tapi 2 game selanjutnya tertinggal. Itu gimana Luke kalian biar bisa tetap kalem, tetap tenang, dan akhirnya memenangkan game terakhir?
Nggak tenang juga sih.
Oh, nggak tenang?
Dua-dua, iya.
Nggak tenang? Jadi gimana dong itu? Akhirnya bisa tetap akhirnya mengamankan
Percaya diri aja sih,
kemenangan?
bisa balikin lagi kan. Jadi 3-2.
Oke, Budi jadi penasaran. Apa yang terjadi di game 3? Sebenarnya kalian itu udah deket banget untuk mengambil kemenangan. Tapi terjadi game 4 game. Apakah kalian kepengen cepet-cepet end biar 3-0 gitu?
Ya kita gimana ya, komunikasinya kayak udah teratur gitu lah. Pengen menang kan, pengen M5. Jadi comeback blunder.
Terlalu excited ya?
Excited, tapi akhirnya tetap mengamankan tiket M5. Tapi ini mereka sudah jadi grand finalis Bude. Tapi perlu 1 match lagi, 1 langkah lagi agar mereka bisa menjadi Raja Galaksi. Mereka harus ketemu, Geek Fam harus bertemu dengan Onyx pada besok hari.
Yes, mungkin dari manajernya Julian mungkin bisa ngasih tahu nggak sih gimana situasi anak-anak kemarin saat mungkin pernah bertemu dengan Onyx atau apa dan mereka akan bertemu lagi nih sama Onyx. Gimana kamu melihat anak-anakmu saat melawan Onyx yang lagi notabene menjadi benar-benar superior banget?
Ya paling lebih siap aja sih besok. Lebih banyak persiapan lagi paling nanti. Pulang besok persiapan langsung.
Ada selebrasi M5 nih ya? Belum? Hah? Belum selebrasi dulu ini ya?
Kayak gak tau sih, lihat ntar dulu. Masih bingung soalnya.
Masih bingung selebrasi, tapi kalau ngomongin selebrasi mungkin terakhir kita pengen tahu nih kalau misalnya ini kan dapat tiket M5. Kalau nanti jadi Raja Galaksi ada yang direncanakan pengen dilakukan nggak kalian? Beloyski, is there anything you want to do if you're now securing the M5 ticket, right? Is there anything you want to do with your team if you won the MPL Indonesia Season 12?
Gak tahu. Holiday.
Liburan.
Liburan, I think you can do that. You have to work for
Mau
M5.
istirahat.
No. M5 is nearby. So, this is the moment you guys securing the M5 also. And you will facing Team Onyx on the grand final. So you guys, are you ready for tomorrow battle? Best of 7. Today is 5 games. How about tomorrow?
Just do our best tomorrow. Whoever win, I will be so proud of my team. And if we lose, I'm so proud of Kyrie and Coach Yeb. But if, for Kyrie, Coach Yeb, give us lah. You already won so many championship.
Wah, itu kata Baloy. Jadi siapapun yang menang besok dia tetap semangat. Kalau dia menang, Geek Fam menang tetap senang. Dan kalau misalnya Onyx menang, senang juga buat Coach Yep dan Kyrie. Tapi katanya minta Coach Yep sama Kyrie, gak apa-apa lah dikasih ke Geek Fam. Onyx kan udah pernah.
Betul. Dan memang akan menjadi pertandingan yang sangat panjang, best of 7 untuk tim Geek Fam. Setelah melalui perjalanan yang cukup panjang di lower bracket final melawan tim Bigetron Alpha, mereka masih akan beradu. Jadi jangan lupa untuk datang mendukung mereka dan sesaat lagi mereka akan menuju ke MPL Festival untuk meet and greet karena mereka adalah pemenangnya.
Yes, so tanpa berlama-lama, please welcome your grand finalist, Geek Fam!
Kita yang
Congratulations once again, Geek Fam. A ticket to the grand final secured and a ticket to M5 representing Indonesia on the world stage.
I mean, shout out to all the communities out there, man. Wow.
Man, Chidera as well. He was jumping up and down earlier on. And he was crying on stage.
You have to feel for him, man.
Got me teary as well.
He was trying so hard, and in the game that really matters the most, he wasn't even underperforming. He wasn't part of it. He must really feel left out, and you can, I don't know, I can personally kind of relate. It's just such a sad feeling.
Why do you feel left out?
Relate?
What happened?
Well, there's a lot of experiences in life that could give you the
He
same
was happy
perspective.
for his team, right?
Well, yes, but of course, it's the frustration of, you know, it could have been me, right? He wants to help his team because you can't really underplay the effort that went
I don't wanna
to
cry,
getting
Arash.
this for the
Okay.
team, man. Every single one of the players really stepped up, really improved by an insane margin. But first, let's talk about the player of the match by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
Okay, I know it says a boy, but because of what you said earlier, let's give it to Arashi. Do you agree, Gani?
Player of the
game?
match
Oh, right, of the match
is Arashi.
is Arashi by
Why?
the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. So you don't feel left
You
out.
don't feel left out, Arashi.
We want to make sure
All
that
right,
you know
match.
that you're special.
Oh, special?
That little story of you.
You mean like LaFell special?
No. That's
Oh, no.
different.
Little story
don't-
of
we
you
don't talk about
earlier.
that.
You made, well, you told. I want to cry now. Just a
Well,
little.
moving on from that, yes, I do feel for Chidera, but let's take a look at the highlights, man. Like we said, the first 4 games are always close, always crazy, but the final game was intense. The early game was back and forth, both teams just going at it in a slugfest. But slowly but surely, Geek Fam, they just found the momentum. They denied any kind of saving tools from Bigetron, and as a result, all these high mobility, quote-unquote safe heroes like the Irithel, like the Lancelot, they're not safe at all. They just keep falling down one by one, and how can you blame them? They have purifies. It doesn't matter.
It does not matter, right? And it was, oh, you can see the passion from Chidera, but yes, it is safe to say that Game 5 was a stomp.
12 minutes. I agree.
The pattern actually like persists. And in the mid game, this is where it's really apparent. Hard guard, you know, mobility, flickers, it doesn't matter. They'll just overpower you. Even in the fights that look a bit questionable, this was that play from Nile, man. What a smash. absolute destruction with the Tracer's Wrath. The Chosen One just strikes back. And in this game, the Red Trees were also completely on point. But even if it wasn't, there was no need. There was no chance at all for Super Ken to find his way towards the Lord Pit at all.
And you can see here, man, it was just, what, 13 minutes now, right? So yeah, very, very early game of Mobile Legends here. Below average, I might say, for Geek Fam to close out Game 5. And it is such a shame.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Look at that celebration.
Beloy.
Velasquez nearly fell. Oh, man. You could, oh man, I love that.
The
I
coach
love that
rushing
reaction.
towards his team. Coach Erpang.
I'm so happy we caught that on camera because you can feel
What they're
that-
feeling.
Yeah, you can feel the emotions through that video.
We can talk again about the celebrations,
Wow.
but let's take it down a notch because we have to talk about the item builds. Bigatron Alpha. Again, no real tools. Even if Sive can survive the initial burst of damage with the Wind of Nature, what is he gonna do? He's not gonna out-damage everyone at the same time. And you can really see the emphasis that GeekFam had in the crowd control department. Everyone being so tanky. And of course, Luke, I don't know if he switched out the last item and is waiting to change it into something, or he just went immediately for the Starlium, just for the extra bit of damage, knowing that the mid laner is not in a damaging role, going for full utility with the Flask of the Oasis, with the fleeting time that's so good with their high-paced gameplay in Game 5, and immediately straight to the Necklace of Durance. Any life steals, any healings from the Minotaur, from the Uranus, all denied, and it's applied in AoE fashion. That's great synergy with that Angela pick.
A very great synergy, right? And it was a very good example of when Geek Fam plus Unity in the Land of Dawn.
Huh? That's absolutely true. What it means is we're talking about the Geek Fam unity and how they've
Exactly.
always
Oh.
been spread around in the first. Well, in the first two games it was pretty
Unity.
cool, but the third and fourth game they were kind of spread out. Game 5, look at how they're playing, man. It's an absolute death
Moving
ball, just
as a
rolling
unit.
around, taking out Bigatron whenever they collide. And by the way, Beloyski went with the pull yourself together. He is out for
PYT.
blood. He is on that greed.
Truly is. And again, Marquis getting 2 categories.
4 out of 5.
How does he do this, right? Because all throughout the regular season, I think he played 4 times.
4 out of 5.
Yeah, 4 times and 3 losses.
Huh?
What do you mean?
Wait, what?
He played 4 games. He lost 3 times, won once.
Yes, I believe so. I think that is the stat.
3 out of 4.
And what a
Three out
scam.
And then he
Yeah.
comes into the he comes into the playoffs, and then he does this.
I swear there has to be a scam, man. Everyone bought it. Everyone's like, Marky, garbage. Online, the haters, man, they kick this guy out. Send him back, they say. But look at what he was hiding the whole time, man. The actual key.
Wow.
And the ironic thing,
Okay.
where was Marky before Geek Fam?
Oh, man.
R-
Yeah, he received a ton of hate there as well.
Disillusion.
Talk about regret, right? Yo.
Just adds more salt to the wound that is already the franchise, the Bigatron side of organization already is feeling. Ouch.
Definitely.
Even the fan base, for
You know,
sure.
if you guys are feeling bad like that, it's
How?
okay.
How?
We got you. We
Wait.
got free tickets.
Whoa.
Ladies and gentlemen, free grand final tickets. All you need to do is come over to the venue here at Mahaka Square,
Wait,
Jakarta,
what?
Indonesia, because we are giving out free tickets. Come over. You guys get a chance to witness history in the making. If Geek Fam are able to win this against Onyx, bro,
Free?
you want to be there. And it's for free. You don't even have to pay. That's
It's
what free means.
Gratis?
Gratis.
In both languages, right?
Oh my god.
I believe
did
gratis
not.
is also free in another language.
Is it in Filipino?
In Spanish.
Or is it Spanish?
Or no. Belanda.
Dutch?
Dutch.
Belanda, he says, on the English
Exactly.
desk. But yes, gratis.
Oh yeah, I think it's Dutch.
Dutch. Gratis.
Gratis.
Thanks for clarifying, Goni. You're the man.
I am a man.
I said you the man, not a
Like
man.
a boy. He became a man.
Oh, absolutely.
POTM. After everything, he was able to get POTM, guys. In that, wow. I'm so proud of just the development of all these players, of all these teams stepping up, creating a new scene of Mobile Legends. Bro, free tickets, free shuttle service as well. You guys really just need to pack your bag. That's all you need to do. Pack your bag, come over to the venue for free. There's a free shuttle. Just check this out. You guys can check it here from Stasiun LRT. Pegangsaan 2. I'm looking just to make sure so I don't make you, I just want to make sure you guys don't get lost. 11, 13th, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Done.
And from the 14th to the 15th, it's actually 12 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Done as well. We call it 12 p.m. though. There's no such thing as 12 a.m. No, 12 a.m. is midnight.
Well, I think it is.
So what did he mean? No, because the producer whispered into my ear, and it was like he meant something, but I don't recall. I don't understand.
I think 12 is a safe.
You're right.
The safe time to go
It
for
can't
it.
be from midnight, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we're generous, but not that generous for no reason.
I mean, if you
Where
guys
are
want to
these
come
people-
at midnight, like,
I mean, where are all these people trying to come here at midnight?
Arashi's here at midnight. Say
They're trying to say hello to the players secretly.
Arashi.
Arashi
Say hello
is,
to Arashi.
And Goni.
I mean, Arashi is a man.
Yes, that is fact.
This is going really weird.
After
But this is it. That's it. We only have
FLB done.
One more.
one more best of 7 tomorrow, and the entire 8 weeks.
It's a rematch.
Huh?
It's a rematch of
Oh,
the
yeah.
upper finals bracket. Yes.
It was 5 games as well the last time they met. Yo, it's gonna be fireworks.
Best of 7.
Man, I
Great
can't wait
show,
for that.
boys.
We also have an awarding ceremony tomorrow
Oh,
that you guys can also watch
all right.
for, I think, best like first team
Yes.
of each role.
Best players.
Best English
best
caster.
casters. We got Arashi as well.
Best cutie.
Nominated there. Best cutie.
That's a weird nomination, man.
You're
I'm
the
not sure.
best.
You're
cutie.
the only guy that is nominated
I think
in
I'm
that
the only-
category.
I feel like I'm the only person who's even heard that I was being nominated about this.
You're Arashi.
See, look at that face.
See? Oh my god.
But this face.
You.
Cutie.
Well,
he is. He is.
Anyhow,
the-
we're at the end of the day right here. And
Why do you want to end it so quick?
well, it's
Do you need to go? Do you need to be somewhere or something?
no. Why am I being called out? I'm just saying
I don't
that
want to end the day.
No.
because
I don't
this
want to
means
either. But
we're a
Let's
step
start the
closer to
grand
the
finals
end.
now.
what?
Yeah, let's start it now.
Let's start the grand finals now, no? Shall we?
Okay, you know what? Let's do this. Donnie, this is your last cast of the
Exactly.
season. Tell
Take
us,
the stage.
Yes. Final message.
Good luck and have fun.
Good luck and have fun.
Yes.
Classic.
Well, thank
Classic
you
approach.
so much, of course, for Moonton, for MPL
It's
season
like he won an
12.
award.
And yeah, I got this. I did not expect this to be true.
Ronnie wants to thank his legs for supporting him, his hands for always being by his side.
And for bagging the table when he's casting.
Bang, bang.
Breaking Arashi's monitor.
I mean, we call it Mobile Legends bang, bang for a reason.
That's true. See, there's a lot of things that go on the desk
You guys
that I'm
don't
pretty
know.
sure you guys aren't aware of. His monitor keeps flickering because Connie keeps banging on the table when he's casting.
There, it keeps going again. Then you can't do that.
Okay. Final predictions
Oh my
tomorrow.
God. Oh, 4-3.
4-3, you?
For which team? Oh wait,
Onyx,
what am I?
of course.
What am I asking? It's Gonic.
Exactly. What about you, real quick?
Well, before that, let's take a look at the brackets first, though.
I see
gotta
what
buy
you did
some
there.
time here, man. Geek fam, 3-1 in the beginning. The fact that Dewa United was able to take one game away from them, though, and seeing how far they've come, it's certainly an achievement. They send RRQ back as well, and on the flip side, Bigatron, they demolished Rebellion. They got defeated by Onyx. Then they eliminated RRQ, sending them back from the lower bracket. Then today was... Wait.
We got 4 matches out of 7
Mhm.
that ends with a 3-2.
Yes.
4.
So even though, like, despite everyone really understanding, at the end of the day, Onyx still undefeated. However, it's very different to last season
Yeah.
when Onyx was on a win streak all through, right?
Yes.
All through the playoffs, not losing a single game. And that win streak actually continued over to another tournament.
On MSC?
I think it was MSC. I'd have to double check, but that win streak went on for so long, game-wise. But now we're here, and Onyx, it's been close matches all over, and we see another repeat of that game that went full 3-2 against Geek Fam, and it's so close. It could sway either way. I love this season.
I love MPL.
I think the stats speak for themselves, man, when we say it's one of the most competitive, the most surprising seasons we've had so far. I know we said that in season 11 and 10 as well.
Yeah.
But that's just how much it's been improving.
Yeah.
We're not lying to you about it.
It's true
That's
every season.
It's just facts.
The ceiling
It keeps
getting
increasing.
higher.
higher.
The
right?
bar keeps getting raised.
And new rookies are being lifted.
With
new
an R.
players.
Straight to M5.
Straight to M5, you're right.
My God.
What?
Oh, man.
But this does mark the end of the day. Before we close it, ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 12 is powered by Moontom, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone. Our official sponsor is Head & Shoulders. Our official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. We also want to thank our official gold partner, UBS Gold. Thank you to our partners in esports, Blee, Dunia Game, Grab, Ovo, as well as YouTube. You guys can watch us on our official broadcast tomorrow on Maxstream, Teferi Sports, and a video. Thank you to our suppliers, Indomart, Point Coffee, Mineski, and Samsung. And of course, MPL ID Season 12 is supported by Pebe SE. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in. We have one more match ahead of us, and that is going to be the grand finals. That will be tomorrow between Geek Fam and Onyx.
In a best of 7 format.
In a best of 7 format. So me, Eterna, Goni, and Arashi, we're signing out for today. See you tomorrow. MPL ID Season 12. We own this.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan